Good morning, everyone, and welcome. It has been really good just to feel the energy in the room, and I guess I shook a couple hands instead of fist bump. I apologize, but it's just been really good to see people in person. And this is actually our first hybrid summit since the pandemic began. So it is really exciting to see everyone. And I can't think of a more appropriate time to do a mental health and well-being focused summit because of what we've just been through. So ACCJ and TEL, we're proud to be co-sponsors with TEL on this event. I will say that though coming out of the pandemic, we've certainly felt a lot of stress. Honestly, it's sort of really brought to light a problem that's been underlying for quite some time. I think if we are honest with ourselves, either us or someone close to us we know has struggled with mental health issues at some course in their life, and it's not just because of the pandemic. I know prior to my current career, I was in the US Air Force, and if I'm honest about it, over the course of my career, I lost more friends to suicide than I ever did to enemy fire. And those are serious numbers. And when I think about mental health, early in the pandemic, I lost my father, but his career, he was a psychiatrist. And I was always fascinated by his career. As a kid, I would always ask him questions of what work was like. And frankly, when he started his career, he was a psychiatrist, maybe much like what we stereotype. His patients would lie on couches and tell him about their mothers, and he would ask questions and take notes. But as his career progressed, pharmaceuticals got involved, treatments changed quite a bit, and a lot of headway has been made, but it strikes me that even more is to be made. And I think that there'll be a day in the future when we are going to look back on now, and it'll be sort of like how we look back on the early surgeons with hacksaws and a bottle of rum, that there's a long way to go. When I think about us as humans, like our physical bodies have not evolved much in the last 10,000 years or so, but how much we've changed our own environment. And what is that doing to us externally, internally? I'm not an expert. I can tell you that if I spend all day in front of my computer, I don't eat well, I don't exercise, I can see what's going on to my physical self. But my mental self, it's not quite as clear, but I can't help but wonder what it is we're really doing. So these are important issues, and I'm glad we're talking about them. The World Health Organization said that during the pandemic, that incidents of mental health have gone up by 25%, particularly affecting young people. And then at the same time, many of us have seen things in our own organization. I know as a leader in my organization, like never before, I've spent much more time involved with those that work for me, their physical and mental health, and addressing issues. And of course, as companies, we've struggled financially because of the pandemic. But as individuals, it's been even a greater burden. The challenges people have faced due to burnout, maintaining a healthy work-life balance, figuring out what this hybrid type work style is really going to be. We've heard of the Great Resignation as employees are looking to find companies that appreciate the values they've come to appreciate and prioritize employees' health and well-being. So we at the ACCJ, we commend companies that are embracing mental health and implementing these innovative solutions and approaching this problem head on. And it's really heartening to see these new initiatives towards mental health. But these issues, they have remained under the radar for far too long. So I'm excited we're having a summit like this. It's a privilege to co-host this with TEL. Giles, Executive Director, Giles Duke, thank you for the partnership and for the life-saving services that you guys provide. I'd also like to thank the generous platinum sponsors. So Discovery Japan, a round of applause, please. And then also our silver sponsors, N-World, Lenovo, Robert Walters, and the Healthcare Committee. Thank you as well. And then I also want to recognize a lot of the hard work that's gone on behind the scenes. So the ACCJ Special Events Committee, the Women in Business Committee, the healthcare committee, and in particular, Barbara Hancock, where are you? Saw you earlier. Well done. And I didn't get a chance to meet Scott, but Scott and your team here making everything happen technology-wise, thank you. And of course, a warm welcome to all the moderators, the speakers, and more than everything, all of you that are here that came to join us and are joining us virtually as well. Thank you for participating. Thank you for contributing. Thank you for helping us work on solutions to these difficult problems together. And it's now my honor to turn it over to David MacDonald, President and CEO at Discovery Japan.
All right, good morning. So I've spent hours and hours over the last couple of weeks writing a script, trying to figure out what I want to say. And to be honest, first I'm going to take my mask off. To be honest, I'll put the script aside and talk a little bit more from the heart. I have some slides, but I want to talk about my own experiences with mental health as a way of opening up our thinking today about leaders and how to address it in our businesses. I'll follow which slides are on the right slides. Oh, too far. To the IT team, do we have slides that are matching down? Oh, there we go. Perfect. All right. So first, the massage chair. So my story around mental health began in April of 2010. So about 12 years ago, the cherry blossoms had just finished. But in my mind, all I could see was darkness. If anyone knows Google, where I worked at the time, the best perk that helped me cope with my troubles was the massage chair. I would sit in that chair for hours and hours for the best massage of my life, unable to move, unable to think, unable to focus. And I really didn't know what to do. I'd had a great career so far. I started off working at NTT Docomo, the very first days of the iMode service, whoever remembers iMode in the room. Then I went to Disney, where I entertained children and families online with games and other great content. And then I had this fantastic opportunity to go to Google to head up their content operations for YouTube for all of Asia. I jumped at the chance, made the move, and then I started at Google in a world that was totally different to me. The pace of the company was double or 3 times faster than Disney. We worked in minutes and hours, not weeks and months. We had chat, we had phones, we had mail, all on 24/7. He was my first manager who wasn't in the same office, but offshore in a time zone 12 hours away. And these all added up to being stressors and new to me in my career. The best thing came when that first manager said, David, it's only been 2 months, by the way, David, you don't actually perform as well as you interview. And I said, well, that's a great way of starting off my career at Google. But I didn't take the punch and drop. Instead, I took it as incentive to work harder and harder and harder. But the consequence was about 12 months later, my mania had hit a wall, and I had my first major depressive incident. And that takes me back to the massage chair. By that point, I couldn't think straight. I couldn't get out of bed. I couldn't get to the office even. And all I could think about was how easy would it be to really end it all. My wife was panicked. My parents, who are 13 hours away in Canada, were even more panicked. I didn't know what to do. To this day, 12 years later, I thank Mimbu-san of our HR team, who was so astute to say, David, you've got absences that aren't really accountable for. You've got time away from your desk that we don't know what's going on. You feel like you're not really there. Let's go have a chat. And he took me for a coffee. And within 24, 48 hours, I had seen the company doctor, who then recommended me to a mental professional and got back on track. So my first message is, wow, that person in HR saved my life. And being really clear and understanding what the signs and symptoms are is a really big thing. So I went to the doctor, and the doctor said, it's not like a kid's thing. Anyway, I went to the doctor, said, well, we think you have depression. So take 2 months off. You'll be fine. Go out, here's some medicine. About 2 months later, I still need another month of holiday, or not holiday, refreshed leave. And then the doctor said, looking at your history and the way you've worked so hard and have very high performance weeks and days and months, and sometimes you hit a wall and go into much slower, I think you're actually not just depressed. I think it's bipolar disorder. So we were able to change the diagnosis, start to really work with it. The other person I'll thank at this time was not just Minbu-san from HR, but Tom, who was my boss at the time, the new boss, because the first boss had already moved on, damage done. The new boss said he was actually an F-18 naval aviator by trade and worked at Google. More like Iceman than Maverick, but that was sort of the way he fit in. And he said, David, if the doc says you're grounded, you're grounded. Very matter of fact, very businesslike, it's what it is. And that was great. I felt I had the support of my manager and the support of HR to get me back on track. Now, fast forwarding to today, I wish I could say I'm 100% better every day. Well, I'm not. Just another example in my current company, Discovery, about a year and a half ago, after the first year of a really tough pandemic, with a lot of hard business decisions and things to do, I hit another wall. And at that time, I called my boss, Simon, this time, and said, Simon, look, I'm having some really dark thoughts. And he too was very first to react and say, take time off. Don't call me, I'll call you. It's probably not appropriate, but he also let me go and was great to relax. After about 2 months, and the support of my team, some of them who are back in the back here today, I was back in the saddle at Discovery and doing what I do today without any problems. But again, it was a great HR team who understood the signs and could react quickly, but also a good leader and manager who said, I know what you've got. It turned out Simon and his own family had some challenges too. So I won't go through stats because I'm not a professional, but as we all know, and Om referenced before too, there are a lot of challenges with mental illness today. Bipolar alone, depending on the country, affects anywhere from 0.5% of the population to about 3% of the population. As you all probably know, it involves what we call manic highs, where people are very active, engaged, sometimes a little bit crazy, and then some very deep lows. And it can cycle through really highs, high highs and deep lows, or it can be a little bit less deep and high. And everyone has a slightly different version of it, which makes it very hard to understand and work with. So what have I done about it? I think there's 4, and I'll add one at the end, coping mechanisms I wanted to share with you as all leaders and peers and business people in Japan and elsewhere. The first is, actually before that, sorry. Often I'm asked, well, does someone with bipolar, can they actually do any real work? In fact, 84% of people with bipolar do agree that it has impacted their work in some form. I don't like it when I'm not feeling really well one day and I have to say move a meeting with my colleagues to take an extra half hour off. So it does have a small impact. But if managed and understood and everyone is aware, people can do some great things. This is a simple list of some people with bipolar disorder in the past. In the business space, Ted Turner is a great example, who founded, of course, the Turner Group for CNN and others. In order to manage it, though, it starts with medication. So since my first days being diagnosed 12 years ago, I religiously take medication in the morning and in the evening to make sure I can control my ups and my downs. Doesn't make it perfect, but it takes a lot of the edge off. It makes me able to really perform on a day-to-day basis. Does it take any edge off that makes me less of a leader or a manager? I don't think so. I'm here today and doing it. The second thing, of course, is sleep. And this is not only for bipolar disorder. This is for anything to do with resilience. Sleep is a very, very important part of the makeup of controlling our mental health and making sure we can perform as leaders. So getting my 8 hours a day or 7 or 8 hours a day is critical for me. So thinking about how your employee has to do calls at 1 a.m. with a US office is something we need to think about in terms of how do we control that environment for employees. Employees, my team members, my bosses, but my wife, of course, was the most important person, and even today, the most important person. She can sort of spot it in my eyes when things are going up and down a bit. So she's got a sixth sense. My parents, I wish, could have been more involved, but with the distance of 13 hours by plane, it was very hard, and hard on them, especially a mother and a father, but especially my mother. When I would be crying in those days, I can't remember what we used, it was Skype in those days, she just couldn't be there to help me, right? So, but my wife, I think, who was very quick to understand what I needed to do and be there by my side the whole time, was probably my anchor.
Thank you. Another question in the room?
Thank you so much, David. My name's Joshua from Robert Walters and Tel. Thank you very much for sharing so openly about your experience. I'm curious if you have advice for individuals who are applying for jobs and who've faced mental health challenges and how they should navigate kind of those conversations.
Yeah. I think it depends on the previous experiences with that mental health challenge. So in my case, I do have bipolar disorder, but my manic highs and my depressive lows, while they have been some really deep valleys, haven't been that extreme that, for instance, in the first round of job interviews, I won't say, hey, I'm crazy. That might not go over well. And I probably shouldn't have said that in the stage, but but I do think being open about it early on is important. And so once I joined Discovery, I didn't make it that big a deal in the interview process. But once I joined Discovery, very quickly I told some of my peers, and I told HR, of course, and they were very matter of fact about it, right? So in our case, it was the right decision for me to do it that way. I didn't know how to tell my boss, and then I was forced to tell my boss when the pandemic hit and I hit a cliff. And it turned out he was fine with it because he has family members who have bipolar disorder, so he was used to it or understood it. So I think it's a delicate topic, and it depends on the company, and do a bit of research on the company and what they're saying before a candidate will say, okay, I have some challenges, here's what it is. But if a company can't accept you for the challenges that you have and see how they can make them pluses as a diverse organization for the company, then you shouldn't be part of that company anyway.
Yes, we have another question over here. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Very, very educational, very useful. My question is in terms of the interview process and career, do you think that during the interview process, it's perhaps important to explain or to let people know before you join the company the situation that you have? And do you have any other career advice for somebody with this type of challenge situation in terms of navigating through the workplace or the career that they have, in terms of the types of companies or roles, responsibilities that they take in order to help minimize the impact on themselves, their families, and their colleagues? Thank you.
No, great. So should you tell, and how to navigate the job descriptions to find the right thing, right? So there's no obligation to tell either. And a mental health disorder is no different to diabetes or some other physical ailment, and you cannot discriminate against someone because of it. So there's no need to tell. Now, and when I think back on my experience moving from Google to Discovery, I was in such a good state when I made that move. I didn't come to mind that I should have told. I think what I would do is research the company, understand what they're looking for and what their policies and thoughts are on some of these areas, and whether you think that they will be open and understanding with some of these challenges. And if you think yes, then I think it's worthwhile early on in an interview process to maybe say, hey, by the way, I do have this challenge, but here's its challenges and here's its positives. And back to navigating to the right job description, the right job. As I gave the example of creativity, and my boss Lance said, "You're not very creative," but I like to differ sometimes with him. But understanding the things that someone with a mental health challenge, and not every health challenge is the same. Bipolar disorder is one, depression is another. But understanding the challenges and how to manage those different types of disorders, and how to map them to the right function. So I actually had a bit of a career conversation with someone else, a younger person who has bipolar the other day, and she was looking at moving a job, and she said, ask exactly the same question, do I tell? And I said, well, I think knowing the company, you probably should tell, but then try and identify the exact job that you, given your routine focus, the creativity you've got, et cetera, that are the right person for, and be very specific on finding that job when you do it. And being very, very deliberate about those decisions. I think too often people get a job from a headhunter, no offense to those of you headers in the room, but and say, oh, this is great, I'm going to be this. But take the time to understand what it is, understand the job, understand the requirements and the routine involved, and see if it's the right fit for you.
Thank you. I think we have one final question that we'll take from our virtual participant.
Thank you. All right, so this question is from Morris, who is an online participant. His question is, what would you recommend for companies to better create systems to help identify mental health issues with their staff? What would be your ideal scenario?
Yeah, I think it involves a lot of attention to training around awareness to especially middle-level managers. So I've often had people who are underperforming or have some other challenge that have been escalated to me. And when I sat down and understood what their challenge, what their symptoms were, so to speak, I'm definitely not a doctor, but their symptoms were, I realized it was more of a mental health challenge that they're dealing with instead of a performance challenge. And so I think, with middle-level managers, having a better system and structure to help educate around what those signs and symptoms look like, and what might look like a performance challenge actually is just really, if it could be managed with a month off or a different job assignment, would be fine, right? I think that's my first advice is focus on the training and awareness within the middle management.
Thank you. Can we all give David another round of applause? Thank you. What a way to kick it off. Thank you. Now we'll move into our first panel discussion. You can come up for our in-person participants can come to the stage. This first panel is on intersectionality during COVID, underserved populations and disparities in support, ensuring everyone thrives. So we know that there are lots of populations that are not getting the support that they need, and we're going to hear some examples and hear how we can get them the support. We have 3 speakers for this panel. One of our first speaker is Sherman Gillums Jr. Sherman is the Chief Strategy and Impact Officer for the National Alliance on Mental Wellness. He leads the organization's efforts to universalize timely access to appropriate mental health care for underserved communities and to destigmatize mental illness. Thank you, Shervin. He's online. Chris Wells, who we have here live in the room, is Senior Advisor for EY Japan's Wave Space Innovation Center, also the president of the movement and a long-term supporter of TEL. Thank you, Chris. He's been a resident in Tokyo for over 25 years. He's also a narrator for multiple NHK World Television programs, as well as a voice you may hear on the JR East train. Thank you, Chris, for joining us.
Happy to be here.
Nicole, I believe we have Nicole Scuba Williams, who's joining us virtually. Nicole is a partner at the Asia Pacific Future of Work leader for Deloitte. She's an executive advisor and passionate about making work better for humans and humans better at work. She has more than 20 years experience in the information technology area, and we're happy to have her join us virtually. And last but not least, our moderator, Dr. Nancy Snow. Dr. Snow is a native-born Grit, gal raised in the South, like that. He views the world as her campus. She holds the title of Emerita Professor of Communications from California State University, Fullerton. She has taught at this university and numerous other top-ranked universities. This fall, she will be a distinguished visiting professor and advisor at Tsinghua University, where she will teach China's strategic communication to the world. She will be our moderator. I turn it over to you.
Thank you so much. Welcome, everybody, and I'm thrilled to see your bright and shining faces here. And hello, Sherman. We saw each other virtually earlier this week, Nicole. Chris, I've known a long time. I wanted to start out and get to these great speakers, but I thought I might share a definition of intersectionality that actually is comes from my old friend from back in the day in Washington, D.C. Her name is Dr. Lisa Bowleg, and she is a professor at George Washington University and a leading expert on intersectionality. And she has a wonderful definition here. First of all, she points out that this term is really grounded in Black feminist history. And certainly in the US and elsewhere, we know about the historical oppression of women of color because of the two marginalized identities that they carry, gender and race. And of course, this involves other groups as well. So when you think of intersectionality, the intersection of these various identities. She goes on to say, intersectionality is foremost about paying attention to power. Who has it, who doesn't have it? And that really hit home with me because of my work studying politics. So this is the personal meets the political, if you will. And so intersectionality, she said, if intersectionality, if you're not paying attention to where there is interlocking oppression and discrimination, then you're not doing the work of intersectionality. So I think that's a really terrific sort of small definition. There are others as well. And depending on the workplace, your marital status can really make a difference. Because married people are seen often as more secure. They're not going to leave for the next person they fall in love with and leave town. So when you brought that up, I'm showing the video. So that's something in terms of intersectionality that all of us, as we're hearing this, should think about. What are we ourselves? And what are we comfortable talking about or not? But it was often with the name.
Yeah, people think it's a neutral sentence. Right. They think it's a perfectly neutral question, but for us, it's not. And for a lot of people, it can be freighted with fear that they're going to have to say something that could affect their career.
Absolutely. Thank you, Chris. Are you?
Can you hear me?
Yay!
Yay!
Thank you. The floor is yours, Sherman.
Thank you so much. And it's like Crystal's reading from my brain, because a lot of the concepts, they're expressed in a lot of different ways, but we'll touch on some of that. So it'll flow right into what you were just talking about. First, I want to say, I would start with konbanwa, but I'm in Virginia and you all are in Japan, so it's not going to be appropriate. Instead, I should be saying Ohayou gozaimasu, right? My name is Sherman Gillums Jr. My pronouns are he and him. My privileges are my male gender, my heterosexual orientation, my American nationality, English as my first language, my upper middle class status, my advanced education, my married status, and my Christian religion. My prejudices, the ones that I am likely to face, are due to my African American ethnicity, my physical disability and history of mental illness as a military veteran who lives with post-traumatic stress, anxiety, and depression following injury during my service. Now, what did I just do for you all? What I've done is list for you my intersections. Some you can see, but some you can't. Now, why does this matter? I'll say it matters because we live in a world of complex, overlapping, interlocking, and often competing intersections where privilege and power has us moving through multiple sites of identity. And you can see some of them represented in the wheel. Now, if I came to you in need of help, you might be in a better position to assist me in a crisis because you'll have a better understanding of who you're helping. However, it's a luxury that few of us enjoy in the work that we do. So having an intersectionality informed mindset is the best starting point for those of us who choose paths that involve helping people in crisis or at the lowest points in their lives. And for some people, image management within these intersections is kind of a hobby. We all know people who post their lives on social media and they get to be whoever they want to portray themselves as, living the good life, whether it's true or not. They can put out there what they want people to see. But for other people, image management is a survival skill, like code switching at work or at school to avoid stereotype threat where people have to deny aspects of their self-identity in order to fit in out of a fear that they will be unfairly stigmatized. So learning how to identify and connect with all these intersections can never really be a destiny. It's an ongoing process where we aspire to do better. And the more we engage different types of people where they are, not necessarily where we are comfortable meeting them, the better we'll get. Now, to make matters even more complicated, mental illness does not care who you are. It doesn't care what you look like or where you're from. If you have a brain and a pulse, you can also incur schizophrenia, depression, anxiety, phobias, eating disorders, all those things. Unfortunately, the society we live in does care, and will typically decide the value of certain people within the social order based on identity. However, this does not show up until people become data points on a trend line that tells a story. They become statistics. So I'll give you a couple of data points to think about. If you happen to be sitting near 4 other people right now, one of you is statistically likely to have a mental illness. If you're among 20 people right now, one of you is likely to have a serious mental illness as measured by the impact on your self-care, relationships, employability, and other aspects of a routine life. Next slide, please. Now, not yet, don't click yet. Now, wherever I go, I happen to be that person in the group of 5 or even 20, depending on what's going on in my life. So, but it's really obvious to the people around me. So you can't look at somebody and tell what's going on with their lives in terms of mental illness, but that's what makes suicide, addiction, and homelessness so hard to confront. Now let's click. Now I want to make it plain for you. We often want to see people like a Rubik's Cube, and I hope everybody watching this is old enough to remember the Rubik's Cube. I kind of use it as a metaphor to make intersectionality plain. Now, we acknowledge our complexities, yet see others through this lens of familiarity based on our experiences. We know that a Rubik's Cube is complex once the colors get all twisted, but at least we're familiar with all those colors and its shape. Next, please. Now, when problems arise, we simplify what we think we're seeing. That person is homeless because he's Black. or suicidal because she's gay, or has schizophrenia because it's a white person's disease, or drug addicted because it's a person of color. So we like to oversimplify in order to make it less complex and more familiar to us. Next, please. When in reality, that person is even more complicated than the eyes can often see. Remember what I say about this homeless Black woman who is also transgender, a military veteran with post-traumatic stress, right? Keep that image in mind. Keep in mind what you might see and assume and what might actually be happening, right? Next, please. And then add COVID-19. All those intersections, in addition to the complexities that virus presented for all of us, this case, this homeless Black woman who's also transgender, a military veteran, post-traumatic stress, just became even more complicated than we could have ever imagined. All right. So I want you to just have that in mind. Have the, there's no easy way to form an individual who's got all these complexities and intersections about his, her, or their lives. Now, how do we locate our resilience in all of that when we're in crisis? A lot of us assume resilience is about inner strength and character. People with tremendous stress and seemingly indomitable character, right? These people get broken all the time, and I've seen it. That didn't mean they weren't resilient. What it meant is they were asked to be strong for far too long. Now, here's my argument. One locates his, her, or their resilience in environments that foster it. Sometimes luck is involved. Sometimes it's having the right people in your life, or a good decision that paid off, like having adequate health insurance or access to therapy or medicine. But in most instances, resilience is enacted for individuals in environments that provide them the opportunity to use that inner strength they have to bounce back from crisis. Those opportunities were all too often dictated by how society bumps up against those intersections we talked about, leaving many folks to wonder, is what's happening to me because I'm me? Or is it because I'm Black? Or is it because I'm gay? Or is it because I'm homeless? And it's hard to get the true answer to that question. Next slide, please. Now, I'd like to illustrate, and I'm going to wrap up here pretty soon so we can have the others come in. I want to illustrate what resilience means for all of us as we think through these intersections by having you picture a person standing at the fulcrum of a seesaw. On one side are the negative outcomes that he or she faces, which can often implicate intersectionality. On the other side are the positive outcomes, which can often implicate privilege as an aspect of intersectionality. Now, it's worth noting that privilege doesn't always mean being white or being male, and I think Chris touched on some of that. Being heterosexual or a native English-speaking citizen also inures to the benefit of someone who may not otherwise enjoy privileges. So even privileges is multifactorial. You can't look at somebody and assume that they're privileged based on their facial identity. Next slide, please. Now, we help tip the scales by either relieving the individual of some of those problems. This can happen through financial assistance, advocacy in getting access to healthcare, safe housing, food, and other basic necessities. We also help, and this is very important, by confronting stigmas and being consistent allies, keeping social determinants of quality and life in mind as we build relationship with people who may differ from us in some way, but they also may require a greater sensitivity to what's important to them as matters of culture, right? Next slide, please. Now, in addition to lifting problems off the seesaw, we can also tilt it by adding positives. And I consider relationships the one thing you can give to just about anybody that will be a positive aspect of his, her, or their lives, depending on whether you can demonstrate respect for culture and be sensitive to those various intersections. Things like regular check-ins, things that I do with past persons where I've had to intervene with suicide intervention, engage on social media, exchange personal histories, being non-judgmental. And just being there makes all the difference in terms of strengthening those positives on the other side of the seesaw. Next slide, please. We're getting close to finishing up here. This is the most important part. The best way is to help move the fulcrum in the right direction so that people can be self-determined and empowered. This reduces the weight of those negatives on the one side and reinforces the impact of the positives on the other side. But here's an important point. Moving the fulcrum means empowering self-sufficiency. through culturally responsive education. Chris touched on a little bit of that, and options that encourage self-reliance so that factors such as stereotype that or stigma don't impede someone from asking for help as that seesaw tilts in the wrong direction. The best way to empower somebody is to create the conditions where their empowerment wasn't up to somebody else. I'll say that again. We always talk about empowering people. If we create the conditions where it's not up to us to empower people because they're already fully enfranchised, they're already self-determined, that's the best position we can put folks in, full self-agency. And I think that's the ideal state for just about any individual in society with respect to their intersections. And then I guess we'll close it out by saying that COVID-19 and mental illness are two intersectional phenomena that expose the work that we still have to do in our society to root out inequities and see each other as humans first before allowing social constructs to cloud our views. And I'll end there. I'll listen in to the others and I look forward to answering questions later.
Sherman, thank you so much. That was so powerful and instructive, and brings us to our third speaker, Nicole, and welcome.
Ohayou gozaimasu. Good morning, everybody. What a pleasure to have the opportunity to be here, engaging in such an important conversation, and what incredibly energizing and thought-provoking insights that Chris and Sherman have shared. Just fantastic. I feel very privileged to be here. I trust that in the next 10 minutes or so, I can add a future of work perspective to the conversation. If we just go to the next slide, we believe that future of work is about making work better for humans and humans better at work. And if you think about that, I'm sure you can appreciate why the conversation we are having here about intersectionality is at the absolute heart of every conversation I'm having at the moment around the opportunities, challenges, and aspirations in this accelerated future of work that we're all living in and experiencing. And we believe that in order to make work better for humans and make humans better at work, we need to focus on all three of these dimensions that you see here. The work itself and how it is designed. The workforce, and that includes our human and digital workers, and then where the work is being done, which I think if we look at the way that COVID has created a time machine into the future and the accelerated change that we've seen across all three of those dimensions, the workplace is probably the one that everybody thinks of the most. But that accelerated change is creating so many new and different pressures and complexities. And the next slide highlights some of them. We are seeing record numbers of workers leaving their jobs, many of them doing so because of mental health concerns. If we look at the jobs that have been lost during the pandemic, 80% of those have been lost to workers in the lowest quarter of wage earners. I'm sure we're all aware of the way that women have been disproportionately impacted by those job losses. And we're seeing our younger generation really struggling the most with mental health impacts and actually feeling that their employers are not doing enough to support their mental well-being during the pandemic. The next slide then offers an Asia Pacific perspective. And I'll just highlight a few of the things we're seeing here around work, workforce, and workplace. So, for example, in China and Singapore, many workers, particularly the younger workers, are no longer choosing traditional employment options. Again, many of those decisions are being triggered by mental health concerns. You know, Sherman talked about empowerment. In Bangkok right now, 80% of workers have to work on site because of digital infrastructure issues. There is no empowerment about where we can work. In Vietnam, 40% of the workforce currently not available. We are seeing workers move back to their home villages that act as that social safety net during the challenging times that we've been experiencing. Australia is rather interesting. In Australia, we have the most productive remote workers in the world, but recent research also suggesting they are perhaps also the most burned out and the most at risk of mental health concerns. And then here in Japan, one of the things that's been very clear is the digitization imperative. Our workers in Japan, more than twice as likely than workers in any other country, to say it is not possible for me to be able to do my work remotely. The work isn't designed in a way where it has the level of digitization. Now, the next slide goes more deeply into Japan, and it looks at some of the intersectional impacts. Now, I must highlight, this is only illustrative, not exhaustive, and it's just offering some insights across the perspective of age, women, socioeconomic status, and non-regular workers. As I talked about, just as we're seeing all around the globe, our youth are struggling the most with mental health impacts and unemployment. Unemployment rate for our younger generation increased from 3.2 to 5.1% compared to the national increase, which was 0.7%. Households with the lower incomes, under 3 million Japanese yen, have suffered the most and really created that added widening of the inequity gap. Women, we've seen around 4 times more likely to have lost their jobs during the pandemic compared to men. And very alarming, that 28% year-on-year increase of working women committing suicide due to those job losses, particularly from non-regular workers. Now note that 56% of those non-regular workers are women, and we've seen that non-regular workers have been 9 times more likely to suffer in terms of employment and wage impacts during the pandemic compared to their permanent worker counterparts. So if we reflect on all of what we're seeing, the disruption, the upheaval, it is very clear that this new world of work that we find ourselves in is about so much more than just accelerated change. We are in a completely new and different world of work to what we've ever before known and experienced. And on the next slide, we see Albert Einstein's very wise words, as important and relevant as ever. You can't use an old map to explore a new world. We are in a moment where we need to create the new maps, the new mental models for this new world of work. And those mental maps and models need to embrace a much more holistic, expansive view of diversity, equity, inclusion, and belonging. On the next slide, we see just examples of all of those intersections at play. And again, this is only illustrative. I loved the way that Sherman highlighted just his own intersections at the outset, highlighting the way in which we are all bringing many, many different characteristics, strengths to our very diverse workforce of today. And those new maps and mental models that I mentioned we need to be focusing on, they need to be laser focused on being able to flex to all of the different needs, hopes, fears, expectations, aspirations of all of these different types of workers. Now, the next slide highlights the way in which over the last 2 years, we've seen a lot of focus and discussion on the word flexibility. We've seen a lot of focus on trying to provide workers with more flexibility around where they work and when they work. But look at the other dimensions here, the other faces of flex. What is the work we need to do, we could be doing? Why are we doing that work? Why does it matter? How could we be doing that work differently? Particularly embracing the technology opportunities to enable, to elevate our human workers, not to replace them. And then what does all of that mean to who are the workers that we could and should be engaging? Quite often, there are workers that previously have been excluded for reasons of location or education or these kind of things, whereas now this new world of work is requiring organizations to reevaluate business strategy, reevaluate capability requirements, reevaluate the workforce construct. And we believe that in order to position flex and all of these phases of flex at the heart of those new maps and mental models, there are 3 key actions that every organization should be thinking about and focusing on today. And we see them on the next slide. The first one is listening. The data channels, the listening channels, to hear, to understand what are those experiences, those hopes, those fears, those needs, those aspirations of all of our workers in our diverse workforce. A couple of weeks ago, I was speaking at a large industry group event here in Japan, and one of the questions that came up that the group was really distressed about was, how can we motivate workers in Japan? My initial reaction was, what are they telling you about what motivates them? Have you asked them? And the room went silent. So listening, so fundamental. Then inclusive leadership. I could talk all day about this. We can design the most inclusive, the most flexible workforce and workplace strategies. But without those inclusive leaders to orchestrate that flexibility, to harness these new and different ways of working, we can end up with chaotic disruption, and we can end up creating a situation that is more destructive to the mental well-being of everybody. And so those inclusive leaders become absolutely critical to driving that culture of trust and confidence where all workers are empowered with that flexibility and choice around where and how they can do their work to bring their very best across all aspects of their life. And then the third action here, which seems really simple and intuitive, communication, communication, communication. Communication has, in my view, been without question the most pivotal barrier to managing the well-being, the mental health impacts around the workplace over the last 2 years. Creating that psychological safety to talk about how we're feeling, actually working out how do we define and activate new ways of communicating that can actually flex to all of those different aspects of we're now working in different places, we're now all working across different time zones. And so simple things like team formation, coming together and having an open, safe conversation around how we're all going to work together to support everybody's individual personal needs, as well as the needs of the business and the organization. And so I know I'm only touching the surface, but these 3 actions, I believe, are absolutely fundamental to any organization right now in order to actually progress. And then before we dive into the deeper discussion, my closing message on the next slide would be, I do believe we are in a moment of choice and consequence. We have such an important and exciting opportunity right now to create those new maps and mental models for this new world of work, to do that by embracing that more holistic, expansive view of diversity, equity, inclusion, and belonging, and to use this moment to make sure that we do revolutionize the world of work and make work better for humans and humans better at work. On that note, I will hand back and look forward to talking more with Sherman and Chris.
Thank you so much, Nicole. Excellent. So much food for thought. I love that word holistic, and I wonder how many of us hear that in the workplace. I know that we talk about it in the classroom, but I'm wondering if it jumps over to the workplace. Is Sherman still there? I just see his name, but I wanted to open it up because we've only got about 20 minutes, and I'm sure some of you all have questions or comments, but I'll go back to Chris and then go to Sherman. So we'll do another round, and you can respond to what the others said too.
Okay, well, Sherman and Nicole, thank you very much. Those were wonderful, informative presentations. I wanted to get back to, there were a couple of things that I didn't get to touch on. So I want to make some suggestions for the corporations that are listening. So two things I want to do. One, clear up a common misconception. A lot of people say, oh, you can get married in Japan now. Shibuya, Nakano. And I just want to clear that up. Those are just registration light. They're suggestions. It is not marriage. It does not confer any legal responsibility on any party to respect, for example, my marriage. We have to jump through so many hoops. So you need to get a medical power of attorney. You need to have ironclad will. If I predecease my husband, the house, which I bought in my name because we couldn't both be on the loan, will be fully taxed as a gift to a stranger, right? So there are many, many barriers that are still in place in Japan. And I'm all for the certification system because it's basically, it's the thin end of the wedge, right? And so eventually, hopefully we'll get marriage equality. Nancy, you wrote an article in Japan Today about the Olympics maybe pushing us over the edge, but unfortunately it didn't happen. So the more that you can do within the corporate environment to make it clear that you are open and accepting of a diverse group of people, the less stress people are going to be experiencing. And that's the other carrot that I can offer is that it will be easier to recruit talent. So you will be able to get people to join. So as I said before, I would never have considered taking on a larger role at a big corporation if I hadn't already been, I had a 3-month contract doing a special project with EY. And while that was happening, I saw that they have a Unity, which is a group, an ongoing group that supports GLBTI issues. They have one of my teammates is allowed to use 10 hours a month, and there's a charge code for Unity. So like on the job, she is volunteering within the organization. So that's real commitment. That's commitment of money and time. I also found out there's a gay Japanese CEO at EY Japan, so wow, talk about a diverse leadership. So those things can allow you to recruit people who wouldn't normally possibly join your organization for fear of being scrunched in and not being able to bring our true selves. My predecessor was recruited from Singapore, right? So that allowed them to access the pool right here. And then just a few things. I made a little list, and I'll keep it short. But so the easy things that you can do, you can have an organization like Unity, D&I swag that people can wear. So I'm not here officially, representing EY, so I didn't put this on. But when I'm doing things, it's a rainbow badge, right? That's cool. And this is like official swag that people have. You can make name changes easier so that within the organization, our trans community, they don't have to have a legal name change before they start to transition socially. You can have a sort of a straight LGBTQ alliance, because in Japan still, there are going to be a lot of Japanese people who don't want to come out. But if they have the cover of joining like a gay straight alliance, then that allows them to be part of the process without actually coming out. videos with senior ranking officers that are talking about inclusion and diversity. That's really important that it comes from the top in Japan so that people feel safe. And then partnership benefits, which is a little bit higher hurdle, but partnership benefits, time off so that if someone, for example, with COVID, if someone gets sick, then they can say why they're taking time off and they're actually allowed that time off. And then actively promoting people from diverse communities to be in a leadership position. If you don't have an active, proactive stance, it's just not going to happen because people promote who they know and people who they're familiar with. So just to wind up, I hope that eventually we can have a society where people stop asking "Okusan wa Nihonjin desu ka?" and if they can start asking "Nihonjin to kekkon shite masu ka?" Are you married to a Japanese person? I think that would be a nice place to wind up. Thank you.
Sherman, you sent me some wonderful questions in advance, and I want to ask you this about sort of moving the needle forward. What are some ways that we in the workplace can include persons with different conditions in our efforts to promote greater inclusivity, diversity, and equity? And I'm sure you do a lot of training in the workplace.
Yeah, there was one theme that was consistent between Chris and Nicole's presentation, and it had to do with leadership by example. I disclosed in this presentation here, and I'm very comfortable doing so, that I live with post-traumatic stress, depression, anxiety, because number one, I know a lot of people do, but it does something to the folks that report up to you. It opens the door to conversations that they may not be comfortable having with you unless they feel like you'll understand. And I think by, in this case, COVID has forced a lot of us to humanize us. I mean, you can see our walls, our kids running by. So in many ways, we've been outed, we've been unmasked. And what I hope doesn't go away is this notion that we have to put on this delusion of who we are and we can be our real selves. And as we go back to offices, I'm totally comfortable saying to an employee, you know, you don't have to tell me anything about you, but I'm going to let you know what I deal with, because if that's something you're facing, it's okay. You know, if you need a mental day off, if you're not having the kind of day that you need to be productive, one of the things we do at NAMI is we give what's called a rest up week during the summer, where we tell every employee, do not answer your email, do not call each other. We're taking the week off and we're going to pay for it, right? Now it's not a panacea for all things, but what it does is when they come back, it builds a different kind of relationship you have with the people that work for you. And when they see you needing that time off, they feel okay with taking time off. So I think the best way to begin those conversations as a leader is to be human, be approachable. People say vulnerable. I don't think it's vulnerable. I think you're just being a human being. And just remember to be a human being. And that's the best way to begin to build those bridges as we come to wherever this next era will be, this post-pandemic era. Let's not lose that.
Thank you, Sherman. Nicole, I'm going to invite you in again and talk about it. My question would be, is there any pushback that you've seen in the workplace? We talked about having this inclusive leadership and having a feedback loop from the bottom up, but I think there are often people sort of living with fear and anxiety about how much can I share? Will that be used against me? So how would you address that?
Yeah, absolutely. And actually, before I jump into that, Chris, I have to share with you, I was so delighted recently. I was working with a global client and they are considering relocating their headquarters from Hong Kong for socio-political reasons. And as we were engaging in conversation, the location of Singapore came up and the executive team immediately said, no option, not negotiable, does not align with our values around making sure that we are an employer that supports same-sex marriage and all of these types of things that are important. And I just thought it was such an important example. You know, we see a lot of focus on strategy and conversation, but for me, it's those kind of moments that matter, where you really see that authentic leadership about what matters most. But so wanted to share that with you, Chris.
That's amazing. Thank you.
Coming back to the question about the pushback, one of the things that we are starting to see, when I first began my career over 25 years ago in the IT industry, I was very privileged. I started my career with EDS, Electronic Data Systems. Ross Perot was one of a kind and really drove a rather extraordinary culture. And we had a culture that recognized managers of work are different to managers or leaders of people. And so we had two very different personas and career pathways. You either managed work or you led people. And where we are seeing the pushback right now is that in many cases, our leaders have emerged and progressed due to their technical expertise, their business knowledge in the industry or whatever area they've been working in for years. And it's more their technical and business and relationships that are important, more so than their ability to actually lead people. And so what we're seeing is it is these people who tend to be more gravitating towards managing work that are creating some of the more difficult challenges in actually wanting to shift mindsets and are more holding on to, okay, let's just put in temporary measures and wait until we all return back to the office. I've even worked with large organizations where there's a divide across different functions. You've got one function completely 100% required to work on site and another function completely 100% remote. And it is all about the leader perspective and mind shift. And so I think that, again, it comes back to being very clear. The other thing I would say in terms of the pushback is really challenging at that very focused moments that matter, because it's very hard to push back when you actually challenge someone with a very, very specific tactical example or scenario. I need you to do this. How would you feel about this? You know, and I think quite often the conversations we're having, they're still too theoretical and we're actually not making it real, you know, and saying, okay, how are we going to deal with what does urgent mean? How are we going to deal with what are the guardrails for when I do and don't expect you to start your day by, you know? And so again, I know it might sound like a bit of a broken record, but again, I think a lot of the pushback is the leadership, because that's also what needs to create the psychological safety. Without the psychological safety, we don't get access and visibility to the unknown and unmet needs, and things just spiral down. So I don't know that kind of answers, you know, but hopefully it offers some different perspective.
Absolutely. Thank you so much to everybody on the panel. And we just have a few minutes to invite some questions here in the room. I'm not sure if any came up online as well. Or a comment to anything. I know I was glad to hear communication, that reinforcement as a communications professor. It doesn't mean that we always achieve that, but if not, I can go back to the panel. We've got about maybe 5 minutes left. So
I would just picking up on what the other panelists had said, just creating an atmosphere where it's very clear from the top down that people are allowed to discuss their mental health issues, that people are allowed to discuss issues of intersectionality. It's not something that just happens spontaneously. And if it's not from the top down, if it's not part of an organized program, you're going to have 1 or 2 or 3 people or more doing it in the organization, but it's not a unified presentation. So it doesn't feel like the company itself is pushing this. So I think it's really important. And just to create that ambient atmosphere of acceptance and knowing that you can bring something up could, as we heard with our first speaker, could be life-saving, literally life-saving. Yeah. So it's definitely worth it.
I know too, and I'd welcome your thoughts on this as well. I used to live in Los Angeles, and it was people would come up with all these great ideas, and they want to write a book or write a work on a film, and what you would hear an immediate, you've got to get an agent. You need an agent for to advocate for you. So we've been talking a lot about issues that require being your own advocate, but also having allies in the workplace. So how does that manifest? Because I know that that is something rhetorically that we pay a lot of attention to, but is it really happening? So for instance, in the academy, we will often have the rainbow flag or a pin outside our office to show that we're an LGBT ally. So.
Oh, yeah. I mean, the idea that other people can speak up for people in a situation. For example, if you're in a meeting and someone says something untoward, that it's not the person who's part of that community that must speak out, which can be a little tiring after years, but someone else. It's very heartening if someone who's not X, Y, or Z speaks up and says, no, that's not how we do things around here.
Sherman, did you want to add to that? I saw you nodding on the screen over there.
Yeah, you can't walk the fence anymore on a lot of this. We're talking about human beings involved, and no matter how you feel about the ideologies or the philosophies or all those things that go into intersectionality, we're dealing with humans first. And as a leader, you're responsible for that climate that you set. So there's I would say no tolerance, but it's even got to go beyond that. You know, people need to see each other as people first. And I'm glad Chris is talking about this, because these are the types of things that don't get talked about enough. We have to have more conversations. And that's the way we get to it. We open it up, we let people talk out their anxieties. And at the end of it, though, we're all in this together. So that's very important. And that needs to show up in the workplace, not just out in society.
Thank you. And Nicole, would you add to that as well?
Yeah, and I think, what we've just been hearing, it again just highlights that elevated role of communication across so many dimensions. I have done so much work over the last 2 years just on helping create more effective ways of communicating, particularly between junior and senior members in Japan organizations. And this is the type of work that we've never typically been engaged to do, come and help us communicate better, but I do think this elevated role of communication is really just demonstrating that this is the only way that we can open up, that we can connect as humans and together make progress to the destination, to that North Star where we need to head.
And also, I think finally, I want to touch upon going back to our wonderful kickoff presentation, just to share those tips, including sort of coping of sleep, routine, exercise, humor. You mentioned burnout. And, burnout is often, if you've got the manager or the CEO, burnout, you think, oh, I'm losing profit. We're losing on the bottom line. So how would you all address that so that people can feel more self-empowered in the workplace and they're more energized as well, using these other tips that we have to remain really, excited about going forward?
Well, having a formal, go ahead, Sherman.
I'll just say quickly, the Great Resignation is going to drive a lot of where we go in this new landscape. And if your focus is on profits and not people, you may have neither.
Go. Thank you. I like that.
Yeah, very good.
I like that.
Very good.
That's inclusive.
And bringing in people, we've had speakers come in to discuss specifically issues around burnout, mental health, meditation, well-being from like all around the world on large company calls. And that's just showing people that you're concerned about them and you're providing them with resources. Also, anonymity is important. So an anonymous way for people to get help without reporting up and without people finding out about it, I think is also super important.
And I'll give you the last word then, Nicole.
I guess similar themes. You know, clients often ask me, what is most important for us to position us and our people to thrive? And I say, your superpower in this new world is your ability to access, engage, and develop the talent you need to thrive and succeed. And that is the superpower that you need to be focusing on. So I guess that would be my closing message.
Well, thank you to these wonderful three panelists. And I look forward to being here the rest of the day, and I think Chris will be here for part of it. So thanks again for all your attention.
And thank you, Nancy, for your wonderful moderation of this panel.
Thank you.
It was really wonderful. Thank you. Thanks a lot. Intel, when I joined the board, since I joined the board, I learned one thing, and is active listening. I think that since this morning, we have learned that to listen, to understand, to be empathic, empathetic, to communicate, these are the keys. So I'm really looking forward to our next panel, because in next panel, we will talk about how to put in place an innovative workplace solutions during COVID. So may I invite our own in-person panelist, Patrick Jordan, the Vice President of Coca-Cola Asia Pacific. Patrick was acting head of people for National Australia Bank and served as Vice President of Human Resources in Coca-Cola Japan. Coca-Cola, Patrick is currently Vice President of Human Resources, Japan and Korea at Coca-Cola Asia Pacific. Welcome, Patrick. And welcome, Sarah. Sarah Bader, Principal and Managing Director of Gensler Tokyo. And as representative in Japan for Gensler Tokyo office, Sarah leads local and global teams as they create design solutions that meet the aesthetic requirements, business needs, and employee engagement for clients around the world. Welcome, Sarah. And we have our moderator, our TEL board member, Ross Robbery in person, and connected online, we have John Carlson, a new commercial partnership and lead and senior strategic assistant to Pharma Japan and head Novartis Japan. John currently manages strategic initiatives of the President's Office and Novartis Japan as new commercial partnership lead and senior strategic assistant. And he also serves as governor at the ACCJ while co-chairing the Healthcare Committee and Young Professional Forum. What a fantastic panel. Please, everybody, another round of applause. Welcome.
Thank you for that introduction, Tiziana, and thank you everyone today for your participation in this incredibly important conversation. We've had some great speakers up to now, and I'm very confident that this panel won't disappoint either. Prior to COVID, I used to reflect on my own experience of the workplace when I was younger and compare it to the experience that people are having today. And you know, quite frankly, 30 years ago in the olden days when I joined a company more than 30 years ago, I didn't have much responsibility for my first couple of years. At least there was no pressure of responsibility. I think you spent 3 years shuffling paper. No one would call me at home. When we left the office at 6 or 7, there was no pressure that we would have an email coming in, or it was a pretty easy life. And yet nowadays, when people join the workplace and in the workplace generally, there is a lot more pressure to perform. There is a lot more expectation. There is the constant stress of having to be always on. Even if you don't have to actually answer an email or no one calls you, there's the stress that someone might call you or send you an email that's important for you. And so even prior to Corona, there were a lot of stress factors going on in the workplace. And of course, they have been exacerbated by Corona. So today in our panel, we've got 3 great panelists. Paddy is an expert in HR from his experience, so he can talk about
how companies are responding to this. And he has some great insights also to the differences between different countries, having worked in Australia and now in Japan. Sarah is an architect and an expert in the potential of space. And so what can we be doing with office spaces and the creativity around that in order to alleviate some of these pressures we're seeing? And John, of course, will speak to the expectations of the people in the workplace. How are they changing? What are we beginning to see in terms of the new demands for that? So without further ado, I'd like to kick off with Paddy.
Yeah, sure, no worries. And hi, everyone. Nice to meet you all. I'm Irish, just, in the introduction, I mentioned Australia, but I'm an Irishman proud. I spent half my life in Australia. I'm now in Japan, and no matter what happens, I just can't shake Catholic guilt. So it's a key part to who I am. But, I joke and I jest about this, but I think the first thing, I'm going to talk to you a bit more about my observations on this topic, especially around mental health in the workplace and at home. But I'm trying to tell you a bit more about myself first, because I suffer from anxiety. I've been suffering for years from it. And for a long time, I just thought it was normal. I didn't know any different. That awful waking up at 4 a.m. and you're like, oh, and you feel like you didn't catch your breath. It's like, oh. And then you start thinking and you can't sleep. You toss and turn. Your partner's like, oh, go back to sleep. And you're like, oh. So that was just normal for me. That's what I always do, and go to work, and that feeling of always being on. Like, oh, it's the story of my life. I'm constantly checking my best friend, which is what I call my iPhone. Always. But this is amazing, and this is medication. And the reason I'm showing you this is because we don't talk about this a lot. And I think we're very uncomfortable to talk about it, especially here in Japan. And many years ago, I went to a doctor. Actually, no, I went to a psychologist, a counselor. I'm a huge believer in these. I've discovered the benefit. And I happily, even in my current role, I happily pick up the phone and I call our EAP line every now and then, and I have a chat. The last time I did it was about 1.5 years ago. We did a huge organizational change in Coca-Cola globally. And, the night calls started. So the way it's all working, I spend a lot more time working globally now. And I was talking to the counselor about it. And the counselor goes, your story is quite common to people who work in multinationals in Asia. This is some of the realities. So she just told me that. And I felt so much more comfortable. Like, it's amazing how my anxiety dropped. And I think you need to hear these things. And I have a ton of mental health tools that I use in my head to when things go wrong. And the reason I'm telling you all this is because I now know how to manage my anxiety. I understand my mental health. I'm not saying I'm perfect at understanding it, but I have a really good understanding. And it's just something I want to say, because in Australia, when I started to realize this and become more aware of it, I started to talk about it to my team, even to people I work with, and to really anyone who listened to me. But it's funny, in Japan, it's like silence when I talk about it. And last year, we had an employee who was going through quite a difficult time, and I learned about it. And I reached out, and I just said, let's have a chat. And I knew, my feeling was, this is to do with mental health. And we spoke, and she opened up. And I did this. I pulled out the medication. I wanted to show her, to say, look, I take it. And I'll never forget, it was a virtual reaction. So it was all online. So all you can see is the face. There's the blurred background. But even I could tell by the shape of the face how uncomfortable she was that I said this. And I told her, I suffer from anxiety, and here's my medication. So it's a challenge, I think, for all of us here, because we're probably all in the same boat in many ways. Is like, how does this is heightening without a doubt during COVID. And when I think of this situation, the challenges I'm up against in work is, how do we get our people back to work? And these words, back to work, and I've learned a lot in what this means. So something I want to say, we don't have new ways of working. We've been saying this. They are our ways of working. Working from home is how we work. 2 years ago, we worked in the office. Now we work at home. That is the way of working. And I'm pretty confident, because for us in Coca-Cola, it's had no impact on our productivity. Okay, we've been doing the same. And in fact, sometimes we're finding it a lot better in how we get things done by working from home. So why do we want to bring people back? And I do genuinely believe, and I link it to my personal way because of my anxiety, but also I've had some experiences recently that there's a lot of benefits to getting people back together, unsurmountable benefits. But I think as companies, we need to talk about these and figure them out and what they are. So late last year in October, so we decided, we knew, myself and my boss, we knew when the pandemic started that we wanted to change ways of working. And even back in March 2020, we told ourselves, we never told anybody else, but we told ourselves our aim will be a 50% reduction in the capacity of our building. We own our building. We're the Coca-Cola building on Roppongi Dori going out to Shibuya, if any of you know it. So we don't have to reduce space, but we wanted to change it to enable better ways of working, especially around the behaviors. So July last year, we announced it. Okay, so a year and 3 months later, we told people, oh, well, what does this mean? And it was interesting because as we talked about it, and I just want to share my experiences on this. Initially, the leadership team that I sit on, half the team were like, people need to come back. They need to come back 3 days a week. We need to mandate 3 days a week. And then the other half of us were like, no, this just doesn't feel right. People don't want to come back. They don't want to be told when to come back. We've been talking about flexibility for the last year and a half. The last thing we can do is tell people to come back. And we did a survey. And 77% of our people told us, we want to work remotely. Okay, they were 77%. 40% were preferable to some face-to-face meetings, but the majority online. And then the other 34 were probably a preference of trying to get the balance, a mix of both. And it was amazing that data changed the mindset of our leadership team completely. And we have now gone to a view of we are not going to mandate days back in the office. So the data that we're getting is very powerful. I think, and the situation we're now talking about is, what are the occasions you bring people back to the office, not the number of days. And we've set some guidelines of 4 key occasions, like around meeting a customer, a consumer, internal meetings, or our bottlers, which are very important partners to us. And that's starting the conversation now. But as we do it, what's now really important is how are people going to react to it? Because we are getting resistance, even though we're not mandating days, but we're starting the conversation of bringing people back. It's amazing. People do not want to come back. So it's an interesting challenge that we're now having to face into. And underlying this is, the well-being of our people. People are nervous to get on trains. People are nervous to come in. It's going to be an interesting challenge for us as we do it. We've started some fun activities to try and bring people back. They're not coming back. So this is not going to be easy. And the one thing I've learned from it is this is not a management decision. This is a decision you need to make with your employees' input and involvement. And it's not going to happen overnight. I think there's going to be a lot of learnings, a lot of failings. And I think trying to get people quite comfortable to come back into the office.
Thanks very much, and thank you for being so open about your own personal experience too. What's the downside, have you found, of people not being in the office?
I won't say it's a downside. I think the piece that we've forgotten that we're missing out on is just the interaction of human existence and talking. So back in July last year, I went to the doctor because I thought I was going deaf. I just was struggling to hear things, and people would tell me stuff, and I'm like, I don't remember talking about that. What? I don't remember this discussion. So I thought, oh, I'm going deaf. Damn age. Oh no, it's my back sore now. It's my hearing. And I went to the doctor, and my doctor is from New Zealand, and I told him, I said, I think I'm going deaf. And he laughed and he goes, let's just test you and then we'll talk after. And he did a test and he goes, yeah, as I expected, your hearing's fine. Your problem's getting common. And it's because of masks. So when we're talking, we can't read what the expression is on the face. And then to make it even worse, when you're doing online working, like virtual chats, and especially when in Japan where people blur their backgrounds, you're missing everything. All you can see is this. So you're missing expression, hand movement, language. So he said to me, you're not going deaf. You're just suffering from the lack of interaction. You're suffering from the lack of being able to read people's faces, read body language, which is actually a key part to communication. So that's something that I've learned is the piece that we have to bring back. And with what we're talking about in work, and to your question about it being a downside, I think the benefit that will actually bring to all of us in work, it's around the kind of corporate bingo words of collaboration, undoubtedly, but collaboration for making decisions or planning or insights. There's no benefit to having team meetings where it's just your usual weekly or fortnightly routine. And my team and I spoke about this last week because we've mapped out, we've made agreements of when we're going to come to the office to work, when we'll do it hybrid, which is you can come to the office or you can be at home, but basically it means, remember, if you're setting up a chat, consider how you do it virtually. And then we've made up our what it is that we just work from home for. So it's been interesting to bring that. And everyone on the team, I didn't have to prompt them. They all agreed of planning meetings. And even with our fortnightly team meeting, they said on one of them, let's do it face to face. So we've now started to enable a day that we've agreed will be a day that people will come to the office on a Tuesday. And they made the decision, not me. I let them do it. So
I love that construct around the occasions you bring people back rather than mandating that people need to be in the office for 3 days a week or 2 days a week or whatever it is. It's a lot more sensible and a lot more realistic.
Can I quickly add, sorry, I know I'm probably taking over time, but the other thing as well, which I've realized is, I work in HR, it's attracting talent. So there's actually somebody that I met yesterday, and the reason she wants to leave her job is because they've mandated 3 days a week. So she's talking to us, and she had no reason to leave her company, but this just doesn't work for her lifestyle anymore. And I think, we've built these habits. So I talk about, like, we don't have new ways of working anymore. These are our ways of working. And our ways of working we've developed new personal habits. Many of us have developed family habits, other personal habits. So her habits have been interrupted by her company's mandated decision. So the other part is, like, think of the flowing benefits from how you plan this, or the disadvantages depending on how you do it, especially on, like, for me personally, hiring talent.
Great. Sarah, what's going on in the area of how people are using their office space or thinking about design of offices? I know you work for Gensler here. In my previous job, we actually used Gensler to design our office, and I can attest to the fact that, having a well-designed office that fits in with the work styles really does make a big difference. But how is the COVID experience and the changes that we're seeing in work styles beginning to reflect itself in the way people are thinking about their office space?
Thanks. So because I'm an architect, I have some slides. Goody. Okay. So you can tell that I'm an architect because I got on the stage and I immediately changed the chair to a different location. So that's a problem I have. But anyways, so I thought I would start out with a slide, and we just a little bit about my personal well-being. I'm lucky enough to be able to walk to work, and every day I walk through the Yama Cemetery. And I find that a great way to sort of reset myself in the morning and reset myself in the evening. And about work-life balance, often I see people riding their bicycles through the cemetery, and this gentleman is talking on the phone, holding an umbrella, and riding his bicycle, something I'm definitely not capable of doing. So there's a good example of balance. Just go to the next slide. I think Nicole did a really good introduction for me, and so did Patty, about what this is like. But I think when you think about what the work used to be like, it's really one-way communication. You were the boss, you were pulling your team forward. It was really clear. That string shows a good example of how communication happened, right? Everything was in person. You could see your team. It was really straightforward. Everyone knew what they were supposed to do. And as a boss, it didn't look like a very good job, but in some respects, it was pretty simple. I'm pulling the string, the people are behind me, and we're going in one direction. And that was really what it was like pre-COVID, because that's how we did business. And that's actually how workplaces looked. They really reflected that kind of one-way communication. Next slide. But now they look a little bit like how Patty was talking about. This idea, and Nicole, this idea that there's all different ways of communicating. It's really complicated. No one can see who the boss is and how you're communicating. So creating a new place to work and a new way to work that reflects this kind of communication is quite a trick. And because I'm an architect, I really think that space has the power to communicate a company's beliefs and how they view their employees. And I think it's a very powerful tool to explain to people what your intentions are, whether you support a difference of opinions, whether you're transparent, all those things. The space around you conveys a really important way of who you are and what your company is. So next slide. So just talking about where we are and where we're going. So, we went from an idea about focus on production, people talked about that, to focus on productivity, right? From being present, you were in the office, you were present, you were doing work, right? But now you have to be engaged. What Patty was talking about, people really need to be engaged. You were communicating, one-way communication, but now the expectation is that people are collaborating. And what does that mean? And, we focused on work before. That was one thing we focused on. Now we know that we have to focus on work-life balance because it's the whole person. People talking about holistic. You have to look at the whole person to understand who they are and how they're going to be come to work. And then physical health, just your physical health is important. But we know holistic well-being is really, really important. Who the whole person is and how you're going to support that. And because I talk to people who sometimes don't actually believe this stuff, I have some data and some facts around what that means. So employees who have a strong overall well-being are 2 times more likely to be engaged in their jobs, and compared to people who aren't, and they're 39% less likely to be diagnosed with a new disease. So being engaged, knowing that your company has purpose, is really helpful and powerful in the kind of work you do. And as someone said, it's not about productivity, it's about people. So really be able to have a workplace that focuses on people and how people can come together and meet is truly important. And then highly engaged businesses have less absenteeism and probably easier to recruit. And they also are potentially more profitable. So these are the kind of impact that kind of effect can have on your business. So what does it mean to design for a measurable impact on workplace? You need to have social aspect, which is a sense of connection and belonging and a well-developed support system. We talked about that. Physical, it needs to recognize the need for physical activity. So make sure you support walking and access to water and light. It has to have a sense of purpose. A lot of clients we work with today, they're wondering exactly what Patty is saying is how do we bring people back? Well, I think the workplace is a great place for people to connect with who the company is, who Coca-Cola is, who your companies are. That's people want to feel like they're working with a company that is that they can be engaged in. And working from home is great, but that going to the office is how they get that connection to the purpose of the company and having a clearly defined purpose. And satisfaction, you have to have satisfaction in your job. Emotional, you need to provide effective coping mechanisms. It's got to be environmental. It has to have good health, especially in the days of COVID-19 with all the precautions we need to take. And you have to have satisfaction in the culture of the organization and also provide a stimulating environment to be in. So what does that mean? We've talked to some companies about what this work-life shift means. It means smart working. So what is your work style? And Patty really did a good example of talking about that. Like Coca-Cola's work style is going to be flexible work. People can come to work when they want. And Nicole talked about how you focus on people who focus on work and people who focus on people. So that idea about what your work style is and what your employees' work style is really important. And this idea about the borderless office, you may not come to the office every day. So as an employer, what does that look like? What does your borderless office look like? What does your workplace ecosystem look like? So you could be working from the office, you could be working from a cafe, you could be working from your home, you can be working outdoors even. So how do you incorporate that all into the idea about how you're going to consider your office? And then what everyone talked about is this idea for cultural change. The corporate culture has to change in order for people to feel that they are supported, that they want to come to work, and that they're engaged. So because this is what I do for a living, I thought I'd show a couple of examples of what that looks like in physical space. Next slide. Yep. So this is some of the spaces we've designed, and you can see there are no workstations. And you can also see that the way people are working is really different, and how they're giving people opportunity to communicate. So really, it's all about collaboration, how people are giving people an opportunity to collaborate, and in different ways of collaborating, and also in ways they can't do at home. Next slide. And then again, also the other thing I talked about is communication. So a good example of one-way communication is a boardroom. Someone sits at the head of the table and they're communicating to the people in the audience. And that's one-way communication. And maybe someone may have a point or a question, but that's one-way communication. That is really good communication that you can probably do virtually. But the kind of communication you do when you need to collaborate, put ideas up on a wall, talk about a problem, solve a problem interactively, those are the kind of spaces that people are looking for, because those are the things that are really hard to do virtually with the current type of technology. So these are the kind of spaces we see people looking for. Next slide. And then when you do come to the office, giving people lots of different ways to work, different kinds of places to work. Now when people are working at home, they can work at their kitchen table, they can work at their desk, they can work at their sofa. So it's really helpful and healthy to get up and move around. So giving people lots of different places to work and ways to work is definitely important, and making the space feel hospitable. Next slide. And then really, next slide. And then the other thing that we know about reducing stress in the work environment is giving people control over their environment. When you have control over things, it's definitely important that you, it reduces your stress. This is a good example of a collaboration space where people can actually control the setup. And then just a quick picture of our own office, which, next slide, where we have some of that same stuff. All of this stuff is movable. And again, trying to give people the lots of different places to work. Last slide. Thanks. And I'm lucky because that's my office and that's the view we have. So it is definitely encouraging to come to the office. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah. That's fascinating. As I was listening to you, I'll be honest, in the back of my mind, I was having this little bit of stress thinking about, when we turn to John, is the sound going to work? And so I'm thinking, as we're in this new world, there is an element of technological stress. So you're on mute. You're on mute. You're on mute.
Yes.
No,
How many times? Yeah, how many times?
Working. I just like to ask, perhaps if you have a view, it doesn't come down to exact office design, but the intersection between technology and office design. And what are your clients doing to make sure that the technological environment that they're providing in this new office space is smooth and works well and is user-friendly?
We see that's a really big focus of the projects we're doing. So there's some really good technology out there. So we've created these things called Zoom rooms, because one of the things we know is there'll be people in the office and there'll be people at home. So how do you have the same type of experience? Also, just my own personal experience, because I work from home, I'm a little more willing to sort of figure the technology out. Like, it's a little more Mad Max and a little less Matrix for me. So that's a very Western analogy. But it's a little more do-it-yourself, less as opposed to expecting it all to work for you. So I have a little more. I know I have to have a little more technological skills, but we're actually doing some research right now around that. And one of the things we find, going back to what Patty said, is seeing people is really important, but really being able to hear their voice and what their voice is saying and what their voice isn't saying is really important. So some of the things that we're focused on is acoustics, because that's a really big part of being able to communicate well. Not just hearing like the words people say, but how they're saying it and the intonation.
Interesting. John, can you hear us?
Okay.
Hey!
Can you hear me?
It works. Wonderful. Technology is awesome. Oh. Oh, your slides. Okay, fine. Oh, you're giving me a heart attack there. I thought you just disappeared. Okay, John, you've got some great insights into the changing expectations around work. So I'll hand it over to you.
No, thank you very much, and I'm very happy to be here today. So I think, for me, I'm speaking from, of course, my experience working in the healthcare sector, working as, co-chair of the healthcare committee here at the chamber, but also co-chair of the Young Professionals Forum. So today I'd like to talk a little bit from a young professionals perspective about, changing expectations, what we're thinking about the workplace, and what I'm hearing, even within the ACCJ, from our own members in the Young Professionals Forum. So first and foremost, I think we can all say that, we agree expectations of young professionals, particularly millennials, as they tackle the taboos of mental health are changing. They're different than they were in the past. I think, one thing that our company has recognized that even prior to COVID, as we thrust millennials into, corporate environments where there was, value for, money, for profit, it didn't really connect with them in terms of particularly their value for people. It sometimes came across as an unfeeling culture. We had a lot of expectations, and I think, in terms of, how do they climb the corporate ladder? How do they, take home an even larger paycheck? And what that does is it disconnects people from their purpose. And so going back to earlier, what Patty said, what Sarah said, purpose is something that's really critical. And I think even more so as we've entered COVID, purpose is something that is at fundamental to an individual's connection, mental health, to their willingness to work in an organization. Go ahead and go to the next slide. So that purpose, it's changed dynamics in how young professionals talk about mental health. Purpose is something that's critical, but there's still willingness to speak up. There's a willingness to take action. I'll point to the example of Simone Biles, at the Olympics and talking about professional athletes. We're human too. I think there's a message from the corporate world as well. I think as young professionals of the workforce, the ability to speak up, to talk about their mental health, to talk about their expectations for their well-being. I think if you look at the rates and generational wise of concerns around mental health, they were much higher young professionals in this community, but more so than necessarily the rates just being higher in terms of prevalence. It's the willingness to speak up. It's the willingness to talk about a topic that used to be taboo. And so those conversations, which really didn't happen in the workplace before, are happening today, right? So having an organization that's willing to have those conversations, leaders, managers, willing to talk about mental health becomes more important because that next generation of leaders, the next generation of the workforce is wanting to talk, right? So it's just changing completely what we expect in the workplace and how we have to manage and work with teams. So go ahead, next slide. Like I said, when we talk about mental well-being, I think even for us at Novartis, we kind of put it in the context of course, mental health, but mental well-being is linked to our physical well-being, is linked to our social well-being. And a lot of the challenges that young professionals faced before COVID exist still today and actually have been made worse, right? They've been exacerbated. When we look at the workplace and some of the feedback we're hearing from young professionals is that as they've worked in this new normal, it's become difficult to build their network. They have narrower networks. They have fewer opportunities to engage, less direct connections with line manager, and beyond those kind of maybe the social and networking components. On top of that, there's a health impact, right? COVID anxiety is a real thing. Getting infected with COVID, there are long-term impacts on mental health that we're still unraveling today, right? The healthcare community is still trying to understand everything that this pandemic has brought on, not just in the sense of people who are infected, but also the anxiety it's created and the impact it's had. And so what's really done is exacerbated all of the challenges that existed before, making it even more important that we develop a workplace that addresses mental health and well-being. So go ahead, next slide. And for us in Novartis, why it matters, the discussions we always have is it matters to companies and it matters to our workplace because it directly impacts performance. I think you saw in terms of what Sarah shared around engagement. Mental health is something that a company has to approach, comprehensively because of how it impacts the performance of our organization. People who are struggling with mental health are 85% more likely to find it difficult to concentrate, 64% to take longer to do tasks, 48% have difficulty juggling multiple tasks. And probably, most important to a lot of our industries, 48% of them are less patient with customers or clients or colleagues. At a time when more organizations than ever are focusing on customer experience, focusing on user experience, mental health impacts an ability to deal with customers or to handle customers, clients, has a direct impact on the bottom line, which means we have to take the time, we have to take the resources to focus on mental health in the workplace. Go ahead, next slide. So what are some ways that we do that? And you can talk about innovative workplace solutions. Office design, definitely Novartis has just started redesigning our office. We're in the process of reducing our floor number as well as creating a more collaborative space. But for us, it started with, prior to COVID and during COVID, actually developing and equipping associates with a toolbox for the moments that matter. So we kind of start with self, and then we kind of focus on, building your team. And the self component we found has been very critical. And for self, when we think about mental health, when we think about mental well-being, one of the biggest impacts or one of the biggest drivers in terms of affecting people's mental health, at least in our organization, is change. So change is something that I think a lot of organizations try to drive. We talk about change management, we talk about all these different things. But one of the ways we start talking about change in the context of ourselves is a lot of our associates do the immunity to change work to figure out what their immunities to change are, what their hidden commitments are, what their worries are, in terms of truly understanding themselves, their vulnerabilities at a deeper level than most others. At the same time, we encourage everyone to develop their own well-being toolbox. I think in the bottom left-hand corner, you can see this is actually one of my own in terms of what I have to do. So actually think through, what is it that I have to do often to reset? Is it going for a walk? Is it sleeping well? I enjoy cooking, so sometimes I cook. I love reading a good book, so I always have to block out time in my calendar to read, because it's a way I reset and refresh. There are things I do sometimes and then things that I do occasionally, but building that toolbox as an individual is so critical to being able to cope in the workplace, to be able to cope with the stressors that exist, the triggers that exist. The next component is really about building your team. So across this, I talked about purpose. Psychological safety is absolutely critical, I think, in the workplace to innovation, to encouraging better mental health. And if you don't have psychological safety in the workplace, it impacts mental health significantly. So we have a psychological safety team booster where we encourage teams to talk about psychological safety. We also have mental health awareness reference sheets to really look at for a manager to say, what are the key triggers that can impact mental health? What are some of the ways I can talk to associates about their mental health to bring it up in a way that doesn't cause a negative reaction? All of these things in terms of equipping your associates to be able to handle these moments that matter around mental health, we found has been absolutely critical and is something that we try to encourage all associates to do in their day-to-day. Myself personally, I know that not much is happening in the rest of the world right now, but just on Monday, our organization launched a significant initiative to change the size of our organization, to change our structure. We're going to be going through a large restructuring, and that change is causing a lot of anxiety in our teams. And so, over the next few weeks, over the next few months, just like we've done in the past, this focus on psychological safety, this focus on building the environment is going to be critical for us to make sure we keep a workplace that's conducive to discussing, to addressing the mental health of our associates. So I hope that gives a little bit of context to my own experiences as well as our experiences at Novartis, and maybe some other tools or tips or what you can put in your toolbox to address mental health in the workplace in your organization.
Thank you very much. I really love that toolbox idea. Really great idea, right? I want to come back to purpose. I've spent a vast majority of my life working in communications, and I've gone through many experiences of companies coming in and saying, oh, our employees need to understand why they show up every day. We need to do a purpose program, and they go off and they spend a lot of money and they come up with some purpose, which they then go out and communicate. I think that what they're missing is that the purpose needs to be felt by the employees, not communicated to them. What would be your opinion on how companies can work to have their employees internalize and feel that purpose in a way that motivates them better?
So I guess I'm lucky enough to work in an industry where it's really relatively easy to get back to our purpose. The number way that we do it is we bring patients in, patients that are facing health challenges, patients that are using our medicines. So when you work in the healthcare industry and you talk with patients, and you talk with the end user of your products and understand the impact it has, it can really help solidify you in your purpose as an organization. The biggest challenge, I guess, for us is the fact that a lot of us don't get to see patients every day, right? And so it's really being conscious about creating those opportunities, creating those events to hear from patients, to understand, to connect. That becomes critical, because for the finance team, if they're just every day running numbers and running accruals and this and that, it can be difficult to connect back to that purpose. And so making sure that they're able to hear directly, creating those opportunities for engagement, at least for us in our industry in healthcare, that's become a critical area of focus, because it helps us get to our purpose in terms of what we're doing, why we're doing it. And at the end of the day, it's for patients. I think every organization has to think through. I think Coca-Cola, for me, when I think about the purpose of Coca-Cola, I can remember being a kid and thinking through memories of my parents drinking Coke, or in the impact that had, and the memories that it creates. And so I think for every organization, there's probably a different way to reflect on that purpose. But that's one of the ways we do it in healthcare.
Thank you. When we talk about new working styles, and to Patty's point, perhaps they're not new anymore. They're already 2 or 3 years old. I was in the subway the other day, and they had this announcement talking about the Shingata coronavirus, and I felt like I wanted to yell out and said, "It's no longer Shin." We've been doing this for 2 years, but 77% of your employees said they didn't want to come back to the office. In some companies and businesses, 77% of the employees may be in a position where they need to show up. They're in retail or they're in manufacturing. And in that environment, it's a lot harder for a company to only have one small part of the corporate division working remotely and having what may be perceived by the others as benefits. How do you maintain, and that may cause trust issues between those different areas of the businesses. Being Coca-Cola, of course, you work with a large number of retailers. Sarah, you have experience in designing spaces. How do you compensate for those sort of issues, do you think? In the example where the whole world is moving to working from home, and yet you've got this whole group of people who really, it's a lot more challenging for them to receive those benefits.
So I think one of the things that we do with healthcare clients is we make sure that we include patient stories in some of the imagery we put in, so that allows people to connect back to who they're serving. But one thing that we've seen retail companies do is bring some of the retail into their own office space, so that they understand. We talked about this earlier, but we do work with Starbucks, and Starbucks calls their employees each other partners. So, for those kinds of consumer product companies, we try to bring some of that retail environment into the workplace, so they really understand what those people who don't have the luxury in a way to work from home, what they're experiencing. So I think that goes to empathy, understanding how to empathize with the people who don't have the amount of flexibility that you might have. So that helps them just consciously or unconsciously make the kind of decisions that include everybody.
Yeah, it's very similar to Sarah. My buzzword is experience. I don't talk about engagement that much anymore. It's all about experience, and I think we have the same challenge. We partner a lot with our our bottlers who help manufacture and distribute our product. So what we've been doing, and we did it last year, but it just was, we had to be very careful how we message it, and a lot of people didn't want to do it. But this year we're starting to really push it again. As we go out on we go out on the market. So we go out with our salespeople and we sit in the vans, and it's hilarious watching me in these little square cars. I always sit like this, and we drive around for a whole day, and you go in and you go into the stores, you stack vending machines, because that's, at the end of the day, that's the reality. You want to get to the consumer. So that there's that. And then if I link it back also to the discussion on purpose, what John was saying, Coca-Cola is built on emotion, a lot of it. Everyone has a memory of Coca-Cola. And for us, it's about how do we bring it to life internally, and the branding that we have, and when you come into the office, the experience. And we've just done last year, as part of our way of transitioning, we actually remodeled the floor into a much more collaborative environment, but we didn't brand it. And it's been so interesting because the feedback we're getting is not about the furniture. It's like, there's no feeling. It's no pictures. And so again, it clicks to me, and we have to talk experience. So how do you bring this in to your people, be it when they come to the office or even when they work from home? And we've also been doing it by one thing that we found that works is we used to call them care packs when we started COVID. We now just call them like gift packs. So we send employees material regularly, like maybe if there's a new product launch, to try and taste it. New ideas, new initiatives. We just send them things, so we want them to stay connected with what we do, and we give them little trinkets and little things with our brand on it, just so they have it. So now when you talk to people from Coke, their background's full of just stuff. They hang it up, so it's good. You see it come to life, so it's pretty good.
John, anything that Novartis is doing, I guess for your production and manufacturing side, it must be a lot harder, more challenging to be working from home.
Yeah, so I mean, if you look at, for us, I'm actually not even in production manufacturing, right? So in Japan, our headquarter employees, which are probably 20% of our employees, a lot of them are working home, 20 to 30%. But the majority of our organization in Japan is sales reps, right? We have a lot of sales reps in the organization, spread throughout Japan. We also have a manufacturing site in Hyogo, in a small town called Sasayama. And it is much more difficult, right, to address kind of the workplace. And what we've done is we've rolled out a program called Choice with Responsibility. It's about having conversations about how and when and in what ways you want to work. And at the initial stage, a lot of our associates thought it was only relevant for headquarter employees. But the reality is, even for our sales associates, even for people in our factories, there is a discussion around, not just the where you work, but also the flexible way in which you work, how you work your day. And so all of those things we're trying to incorporate into this choice responsibility discussion, in order to have teams be able to really understand the flexibility that others need, right? And the one way we've seen it actually come out in the discussions we've had for our sales associates, is a lot of times they have evening, what do you call them, seminars with physicians, or weekend congresses with HCPs, with healthcare professionals. And so the way in which they are able to now have an open discussion about who's able to take on that responsibility, not everyone's going to be there, but actually taking and trading off in terms of having someone join the one this weekend, someone join the one next weekend. All of that has actually been facilitated through this broader discussion, a result of COVID, around the ways we want to work. And so that's really, even though they may not be headquarter based, it's definitely, catalyzed discussion, even among those associates, to be more open and talking about the way they want to work as an associate at Novartis.
It's interesting. I think it was Harvard Business Review article a couple of months ago that talked about the fact that people actually don't value flexibility in the way they can work. That the majority of employees didn't really care about flexibility. What they cared about was choice, the ability to make the choice and to design their own lifestyles around that and have different choices and options to do that. Any questions from the audience, either here or online? Okay, we've got an online question.
Hello. Okay. So I have a question again from Morris, who is an online participant. And he would like to know, how can organizations help reduce the stigma surrounding anxiety and depression?
Patty, would you like to take that?
Oh, gosh, this has been my mind boggler since I came to Japan. Like I said, I don't know if I'm going to be able to answer your question directly, but this is what's on my mind. It's talking about it. And, as I was listening to Sarah and John talk, something came to mind about it as well. I'm not sure what roles we all play here, but, I think we're all here to probably try and find ways that we can make it better, be it for our companies or our employees. but we have to take care of ourselves. And I like John's toolkit because there was this thing about self and the team. And, you know, when I think of it, when was it, last year? So I'm married. I got married in March in 2020 in Australia as COVID was kicking off. And I got married to my partner, my husband, Tony. So then I came back to Japan and we were laughing, going, haha, this will be ending in 3 months. So I've only seen him twice since we got married. And it's been pretty good. Like, we found ways to make this work. Like, we have twice a day we talk on our iPhone, FaceTime. Don't worry, it's not half an hour every time. It's sometimes just, hey, how are you? Bye-bye. It's just a recognition. We do it twice a day to keep it going. But last year when Sydney went into lockdown, I don't know, Australia had a really bad blow up of COVID, and they locked Sydney down for, I think it was just over a month. And they were really strict. They were fining people. You couldn't leave 5K. So he was literally stuck in the house, and it got really bad. And his mental health got bad. And it got so bad, it was the first time I ever felt pressure on my relationship. And he was saying to me things like, this just isn't working. Like, you're there. I mean, this is not working. And we've never had that discussion in the whole time that we've been doing this long distance relationship. And I didn't realize, okay, here's me telling you all, you know, I take medication every now and then, and I recognize my mental health, but I didn't click at the time the impact on me. And it wasn't until my boss one day turned to me and he said, Paddy, are you okay? And natural reaction to say, yeah, natural reaction is, yeah, I'm fine. Yeah. But I went, yeah. I went, actually, no, I'm not. And it was just great to say it. So I think in Japan, because the taboo is so strong here on this topic, you know, I'm trying to find, and well, I'm always trying to think, how are the ways we do it more personally? And I think the first thing we can start on, and maybe an ask for everybody here today and listening online, is just do me a favor. And when you're talking to a colleague, maybe later today or next week, just ask them, are you okay? Because it's a much more direct question than, how are you? I don't know how that translates to Japanese, but I think it's just a starting point to how we can try and bring this to life. If I can continue, I've tried twice to bring this topic to life in work and getting employees together I had some employees who are really passionate about this, but when I'm asking them to help carve what we're trying to do, they're just so uncomfortable to bring this up as a discussion point for a general employee population in Japan. And these are Japanese people. So I'm thinking, man, if they can't do it, like, how am I going to keep trying? So great question. And if anyone has any ideas as well, I'd love to hear them, because I think it's a really important discussion, given everything that's gone on the last 2 years, and it's going to go on in the next few years as well. The world's just getting a crazier place, and a lot of people have a lot going on in their lives. So,
if anyone in the audience does have any ideas on that topic, I'm sure people would love to hear them. If not, any questions from the audience? Yes.
Hi, I'm actually working at Dentsu, and I'm executive sponsor for neurodiversity, and I'm autistic myself. And the stigma question is quite big, as you can imagine as well. In the 20,000 employees we have at Dentsu Japan Network, so the 130 companies we have in Japan, apparently I'm the only autistic person. So we still have a kind of a stigma, and it's not just here in Japan, it's actually also in all APAC and the rest of the world. I work on this issue, it's not even an issue, on this topic. In many, with the US, with global, which is the UK or Europe. And actually the stigma here in APAC and Japan is really, really strong, because there is also this Japanese concept of soto suru. So if someone doesn't go well, you just step aside, like on the side, and you wait, which is very, I will say, different from Europe or the US. I'm French, actually. So we go to the person and you speak to her or him. I do have problems with staff that have depression, anxiety. We have a person that is bipolar. And also what I've discovered is a lot of people, especially women autistic, don't know they are. So we have also, as you had, like very late diagnostic, not even just in Japan, but in Japan I feel it's even worse because nobody wants to say it. And come on, you've seen what looks like a student of todai, obviously. There's some hints there. So I think one is very important is that our roles here, people in this room, is to speak up, to have yourself, if you have struggle with mental health, even if it doesn't seem like nobody is listening or and so on, is to speak up. Because, for example, the bipolar stories or my autistic stories or any stories that you may have, your anxiety, can actually resonate with one person. Also, I think in Japan, what we tend to do is, oh, you're not feeling well, or say the problem. We don't have line managers that are trained to see mental illness or mental stress. So that's also something that we are bringing here inside Dentsu. And one thing also is the role of the HR, which is quite different, I think, from overseas. The HR also needs to be involved. And it's not just sending someone to see a doctor, which I think we are all big corporates here, so we all have very good doctors. Please understand that it's not the case for small companies, for example. So that's a different issue. But we also need those doctors to be able to recognize a sign, for example, of bipolarity or women autism, which is very different from males, and those kind of anxiety and so on. And it's not about just giving a time off, for example, which is not also reimbursed completely, which is a problem also, and the company policies can change on that. So I think it's really, even if you're not Japanese or even if in your company, I think having just one person speaking up, since I started to speak up, a lot of people come. And it's not just about being yourself autistic or bipolar or having anxiety, it's also having a member of your family that can be, and also making sure your employees and the caregivers are here and supported. Because if you have a child that has special needs, it's also very important that your manager understands that sometimes you cannot go to some meetings or you need some time off because you have an issue at schools. So I will say it's really an effort, not just from HR, with the policy can change. If the Japanese policy, for example, autism is not considered as a disability, you can change the company's policies simply. And the line managers, the people that are in charge of teams, should have a proper training about what to do and how to reintegrate people in the workplace. Because sometimes it's like, oh, the person is taking 3 months off. When the person comes back, what do we do? And it's very important to train the manager. And the stigma, more we speak about it, the stigma will really go away. So you can do awareness, acceptance campaign. This month, for example, is Autism Acceptance Month. So if someone wants to do something, please go ahead. We also have resources here that we share. So please just speak up. That's the only solution, I will say.
Thank you very much. Thank you. And can we have a round of applause for the panelists today? Thank you.
This morning was amazing, and I'm looking forward to hearing even more amazingness this afternoon. For those of you who are attending online, thank you. Thank you for joining us. Sorry you can't be here, but we're happy to have you as a part of this event. Some housekeeping for those online. Please keep your microphone muted at all times. If you require technical support, please use the chat function on WebEx. If you would like to participate in the Q&A session, please send your questions by typing them into the chat box, and we will read your question out loud during the Q&A session. If you would like to say your name and affiliation, please do so, and we will read that out as well.
Thank you, Maurice. And now it's a great honor to introduce our keynote speaker and interviewer of the next session. Katie Matsui, welcome. She is not only the woman that created the Womanomics, influencing the Prime Minister of Japan and all the institutions to really promote gender diversity. She is not only an advisor now to corporation on governance and diversity best practice. And of course, I don't even mention her academic background because it's fantastic, phenomenal. But Katie is also a very passionate supporter of a very important MPO that promote Asian girls education, Asian University for Women, and I've been honored so much to have contributed and supporting this MPO for more than 10 years. So our friendship goes since 10 years ago, and I can say that Katie is a fantastic, passionate person that wants to really improve every single woman's life on this planet. And our interviewer today is Joshua Bryan, a TEL board member. He's a director of the Financial Services Legal HR and Support Division in Tokyo for the global recruiting consultancy Robert Walters. Is nearly 20 years, and our friendship goes even farther, 15 years, Joshua, including nearly 15 years within the global business community in Tokyo. Thank you. A big round of applause for this next exciting session.
Thank you, and feel free to continue having your lunch. And if you do have a phone on, please have it on silent. Thank you. Over to you, Joshua.
Thank you so much. Can you hear me? Yeah. Okay, great. Fantastic. So just very briefly on myself in the spirit of intersectionality, in addition to being Caucasian, male, and tall, I'm also a father, gay, and like all of us here, I've experienced a range of mental health experiences, particularly at the beginning of the pandemic. And finally, I'm a manager striving to do better. So for that reason, I'm very excited to hear from our speaker today, Kathy. Kathy, I'm so honored to be with you today. You're definitely someone who I've looked up to for a decade. So it's really just an incredible honor to be here with you and to hear your thoughts on these important issues.
Thank you. Excited for our conversation.
Before we dive into our key topic, building resilience, perhaps you could share with us a little, and this is a hard one to do briefly, but please do share with us about Womenomics over the last 20 years, the changes that you've seen, and what more still needs to be done.
Sure, and thank you, TEL and ACCJ, for having me. I have been an admirer of TEL and their mission for as long as I lived in Japan, and boy, is there no more important time for TEL than right now. So kudos to your resilience and your hard work for supporting the community in this very important way. To answer your question as briefly as I can, Joshua, so I wrote about this topic of women in economics in 1999, so quite a long time ago, really only with the intent of, as a research analyst, trying to convince especially overseas investors why they should invest in Japan, which was very hard to do in the 1990s, if those of you remember how Japan was at that time. And so not only was I getting difficult questions from overseas investors on, Kathy, why on earth should we invest in this market? But in my private context, I had given birth to my son, Tycho, in 1996, took the Goldman 4 months, I'm no longer with Goldman, but at the time I was with Goldman, 4 months maternity leave, came back to work full time, looked around me, and I said, wait a minute, I'm like one of the few, moms in my little friend group that were actually back to work full time. And of course, many of my mamatomo, my mommy friends, some opted to become full-time Sengyo Shifu mothers. Totally respect that decision. But I also had a lot of mommy friends who wanted to return to their careers full-time, but for a whole host of reasons, which we're all familiar with, they could not. So to me, there was just one word that stuck out in my brain at that time, and that was mottainai, right? What a waste of incredible talent for this country. And because I'm an analyst, I can play with numbers. So if I played with some numbers, Japan at the time had very low female labor participation. And what if it could converge with a very high male participation rate that Japan had, and you could boost Japan at the time, I think I estimated 10% lift to GDP. Now, I will tell you, back in 1999, my foreign clients thought this was an interesting research report. I got virtually zero response from my domestic clients, who were basically all, middle-aged Japanese men. And it was really only until 2013, when Shinzo Abe became prime minister the second time around, that out of the blue, he says, for Abenomics to succeed, we need womenomics. And I said, what? I fell out of my chair when he said that at the United Nations. But I think it really struck home the reality of the situation, which is, if you think about any economy's drivers of growth, there are only three ingredients: that country's labor, capital, money, and productivity. That's it. And the government here, as you know, is projecting that Japan's workforce population will shrink by 40%. 40% by the year 2055 means what? That means, unless there's a productivity revolution or money falls from the heaven, Japan's potential growth rate is going down, right? And more importantly, standards of living in this country will go down. So I thought, well, of course, I know there are a lot of foreigners in the room. Why don't they let in more immigrants? We know that's happening in a trickle, but not in a flood. Birth rates take a long time to raise. But what about utilizing your existing population? And that's what brought me to this subject. And very simply, I think the biggest improvement that I found, I'm sure many of you feel the same, was back in 1999, that word daibashiti was not even part of the Japanese vernacular, right? It was a, katakana no kotoba. It was, imported from abroad. It's a nice to have. And if you cared about human rights and equality, you might care about the subject. But the fact that the government raised it as an imperative for growth, that this is important for businesses and the economy to grow, that really changed the context of the conversation. And then we saw Japan's female participation rate shoot up until 2019, above the United States, above Europe, which is phenomenal, 71% from about mid 50%. We saw the government introduce requirements to improve transparency around gender diversity statistics. And many of you work in organizations where you have to disclose what your gender statistics look like. That's a first. America doesn't have that, by the way. And then childcare and parental leave benefits. Parental leave benefits is actually one of the most generous on the planet, by the way. Now, it help, all the women, mothers take it, very few of the fathers take it. That's a problem. But the provision of the benefits is actually world-class, right? So there have been some improvements. What has not improved much, as we all know, is there's still a dearth of women in leadership roles, whether that be private or the public sector. And so that's where, again, we need to build the pipeline. We need to do more training. Let's get rid of unconscious biases. There's lots of things that still need to be done. But at least I think in the vernacular, there's now an awareness that diversity is important. Now people get the why. Now the challenge is how to do diversity.
Thank you so much. I know that you're working with Tiziana and other collaborators on the Asian Women's University. Yeah, I was wondering, perhaps related to that topic, Japan does have a high rate of both genders attaining tertiary qualifications, but few women have undertaken studies in science and technology. I wonder if you have any ideas about how we can maybe change that.
Yes, and in my new life, I am a venture capitalist now, looking at companies that use technology to solve societal challenges. So the key word here is technology. And I can tell you, every day we're meeting founders on Zoom, and I would say 95% plus of the people on the screen are men. And I think that, as we all know, the education and interest level in STEM fields for young Japanese girls is actually quite high through sort of middle and secondary school. But for some strange reason, they just drop off like a cliff when you get to university and, of course, beyond. So Japan has the lowest female researcher percentage in the OECD. That is not a good sign for a world that is rapidly evolving, through digital revolutions. So there's a lot of, I think, discussion on this topic right now in the government. and how to change that kind of stereotypical, I think, bias. I think there's a lot of intervention, frankly, that goes on not only in schools, but in the homes. What are mothers telling their daughters of what they should study in college, what they shouldn't study in college? There's a big responsibility of the media as well. So a lot to do in that regard. But it's very interesting to see, do you know Medikari? The founder of Medikari, Yamada-san, founded or established a scholarship program for high school Japanese girls to promote STEM education. So we're seeing young entrepreneurs who become successful taking their basically personal wealth and trying to support, promote this cause. So that's a good sign.
Thank you. We've also seen that the pandemic has been particularly tough for women. Nicole from one of our sessions this morning shared with us that I think women have been 4 times more likely to have lost their jobs in Japan during the pandemic. Many, of course, have been in part-time jobs or industries that have been worst hit as well. With so many women having decided to step away from the workforce, perhaps to focus on family needs, what can companies or society do to help women stay in the workplace and achieve greater success?
Yes, this comes up a lot, obviously, in the last few years, this point. And there's absolutely no doubt that Japan has not been an exception to the global trend where women who dominate, particularly service industries, have been inordinately impacted negatively by the pandemic and still today. And definitely Japan is part of that as well. There clearly has to be a focus on, here in Japan, on trying to assist that portion of the population. And I think in particular, there's been a renewed focus. Many of you know that child poverty in Japan is one of the world's worst. That's gotten even worse, right? So how can the government, how can society, how can communities help, particularly single parent households, is a real challenge. Having said all that, I hope and I pray that the fact that all of a sudden, you know, telework and remote work is now atarimai, it's now, you know, a normal thing, that I don't know if we're ever going to come out of this pandemic, you know, completely, but I hope that we don't completely go back to our old bad habits either. And it's interesting on my side to see, as I said, most of the entrepreneurs we're meeting are male, but there are a growing number of very passionate young female entrepreneurs who are basically taking a fresh look at what are the challenges facing communities, families, society, and what can they do to solve those challenges through innovative, you know, sort of enterprises. And there's a lot of companies out there that are trying to take remote work kind of to the next level. Like we met a company that's, it's almost like working in the metaverse. You have your avatar and your colleagues have avatars and you're on your computer and you can actually lock the room that you're having a meeting room with your one colleague. It's really weird, but it's very popular apparently. So there's this whole kind of world of opportunity, I think, that can be taken advantage of. And I believe that through this crisis, there's a lot of opportunity, not just for women, frankly, but for all people in society to kind of think differently and out of the box of routines, work styles that we've been so accustomed to, that those atarimai are actually not atarimai anymore. There's a new way that we can work and live, and that is more participatory and that's more flexible, right? I spoke with a female, we actually had a gathering of female entrepreneurs last week, a few days ago, and they were saying that they were 1 day a week at work. They kind of required their employees to come back to work at least 1 day a week, and 1 day a week. And she said, we now switched to 2 days a week, and there was a lot of pushback in the teams. And of course, these are all young, very young teams, right? And they're mostly male teams. So even the young males are saying, oh, no. I like the fact that I don't have to get on a train and waste an hour and a half, you know, one way to get to the office. So I think this is a huge potential positive opportunity or silver lining for women as well, and other groups.
Yes, it definitely seems that there are lots of opportunities with all of the changes that are happening. I might have some out-of-date numbers here, but certainly before the pandemic, it was my understanding that men in Japan did fewer hours of household chores and childcare than many other developed nations. I'm wondering if you're seeing that changing. Thoughts on that?
I don't know recent statistics, so I haven't tracked it, but I think the statistics, when I wrote my last report on womenomics, 2019, it was 2 hours, I think, a day for childcare and household chores on average for Japanese, I guess, fathers, versus in many countries in the West, it was close to double that. But I think we also have to appreciate, and you're all living and working in Japan, so you know this, that you can't blame it on the men either, because what is their incentive at many of their workplaces? The incentive is to work as long as possible, as much face time as possible with their employer. So until you change that incentivization system so that it's more performance or output driven, it's really hard to say, no, don't stay so long at the office. You must, come home. So I think we have to be mindful that there are different kind of forces at work that are driving that as well. But of course, that's been the reality. But like I said earlier, I don't know about you, but when I left Goldman a year and a half ago, I had more questions about, Matsui-san, I heard you had kids. How did you manage work-life balance at Goldman? That question used to only come from my female, direct reports. I think I got more questions about that from my male direct reports just before leaving Goldman, which I think is a huge, to me, a very positive and encouraging sign that this, whatever you call it, Gen X, late millennial, whatever, they have a very different value set. It's almost like life and a little bit of work as opposed to work-life balance. What do you mean? I live for life. I don't live for work. And so hearing that and seeing that with my own eyes with the young people I'm with every day, that's going to change the world, because it's no longer this battle by a minority group in society, but it's the entire society working towards the same outcome. No?
Absolutely. Yeah, I think definitely we've seen the fathers that I work with, especially the Japanese fathers that I work with, they've really had kind of an eye-opening experience. They've got a lot more empathy with the experience of the mothers in their lives. Definitely. So since the onset of the pandemic, concerns about economic security have been connected with a rise in mental health issues in Japan. Personally, I found 2020 to be a tough year. It was lots of new experiences, prolonged periods of work from home that really tested my resilience. And I was fortunate to work with colleagues and friends and kind of figure out some strategies, a little bit like our friend this morning who shared with us, about exercise, sleep. For me, it was also about face-to-face time with people. So I'm very keen to hear about where does your resilience come from, particularly to make such an interesting move, at the beginning of the pandemic from Goldman Sachs to starting a new organization with a couple of senior collaborators, ESG-focused venture capital business. Please tell us about that.
So the idea wasn't sprung out of COVID necessarily. My two partners, Yumiko Murakami and Miwaseki, we have been friends for over 25 years. Our birthdays are actually the same birth year and birth month. So we've celebrated our joint birthdays together for many years. And I guess 3 years ago or so, we came together, and on one of these birthday celebrations, the subject came up of what do we want to do with the rest of our life? And this was before COVID, right? My father had Alzheimer's. Unfortunately, he's passed away since then, but I wanted more flexibility. My two colleagues wanted to just do something different. And we had this common concern for Japan that if Japan is going to grow, it must promote, innovation and entrepreneurship. Of course, big companies are important, but if you look at the trend around the world, those innovations usually don't come out of big companies. It's usually out of independent, innovative companies. And despite the fact Japan has tremendous human capital, lots of money, and world-class technologies, do you know the amount that was invested in venture capital here in Japan last year, which was a record? And it's actually grown eightfold in the past 8 years. It only represented 1% of that invested in the United States market. And I acknowledge the fact that the US is so out there, but still it just puts in perspective how tiny this market is. So we thought, well, we wanted to be in that space of trying to support innovative entrepreneurs. But at the same time, given our backgrounds in, particularly in my case, corporate governance work or gender diversity, wait a minute, it happens to be called ESG, environment, social governance today. And, you know, I spent a lot of my final years at Goldman working with investors, including activist funds, who are trying to change the behaviors of large companies. And we all know, reading the newspaper, that's not easy, right? But what if we started instilling these principles when these companies are not fully formed adults, but teenagers? They're more nimble, they're smaller, and if we can instill those values of good governance, why diversity is important, sustainability, mental health, employee engagement, employee resilience at an early stage, that to us is the key to sustainable growth and scalability. That's our mission at MPower Partners, our new venture capital fund. So that's kind of what drew us to this. And I think it's interesting because you mentioned mental health and resilience. That has become an increasing subject of discussion with a lot of the startups that we meet every day. That under the pandemic, you can imagine these are organizations that are very immature. Many of the founders don't come from large companies, right? And so they don't really know how to cope with mental health challenges. Frankly, when I was at Goldman, we also had to do a lot of training with our managers on how to identify those signs or those signals as early as possible in terms of, does this person need support? Does that person need some intervention? How do you approach that topic? How do you give that, you know, support and advice? These are very complicated subjects, but you can imagine for a startup, you know, when they're just trying to survive day to day, doesn't always come at the top of their list, but we try to encourage them to really think about it. Because at the end of the day, what does Japan really have in terms of its number one resource? It's people. And if you can't ensure a resilient staff and a staff that works with a purpose or a mission, and you're all totally aligned to that, it's very hard to retain and attract, right, at the end of the day. So I think that's been the angle that's been most revealing in the last almost year that we've been doing this.
That's great. And the leaders that you're working with, do you find yourself kind of mentoring them as individuals as well as leaders around, you know, personal resilience as well as about their approach to how they run their organizations?
I think this is a subject that gets zero focus in the media, not just here, but abroad. How lonely the journey of an entrepreneur really is. And frankly, my colleagues and I were also startup founders in a way. Oh my goodness, this is not easy stuff, right? There's always things that go wrong. And when I was in a large company, I could always blame somebody, you know, that my PC doesn't work or, you know, whatever, my calendar's a mess. But now it's all on us, right? But not only that is, you know, hontoni, the level of support that a small team really demands. I think a large company, maybe it was a little bit less visible, but when we're less than 10 people, we're right now 8 women and 1 brave man. It's a small group, right? And we're constantly in communication, but you know, on Zoom is very different than being in person, right? Really understanding the true needs and the concerns of our staff is very challenging. So I think that trying to offer that support, not just mental health, but resilience for not just the founder, but for the entire team is really crucial. But I will say, we've been very encouraged by the fact that when we say, so we're an ESG focused VC fund, what does that mean? That means that not only do we want to invest in promising startups, but we will only invest if those startups agree to integrate ESG factors into their businesses, right? Which is more than ticking off a list of box items. This is not easy, right? But we promise we'll partner with them to help them on that journey. And it's been very fascinating to see some of these Japanese startups take this, like the entire organization, They have volunteers to work on an ESG task force. They said, we've never talked about the company's, employee engagement before, or, retention issues, or culture. Culture is a very amorphous term. How do we articulate our culture when we're trying to recruit new people? These topics, it's the first time many of these employees have ever discussed this in an open fashion across their organizations. And they found it very, very enlightening and educational, which is good, because I think that voice needs to be raised to the management everywhere.
In terms of ESG, environmental, social, corporate governance, the social side, I mean, obviously that's encompassing mental health. What are you seeing at an organizational level, perhaps among the organizations that you're working with at MPower? Are they experimenting? Do they have any commonalities in terms of the things that they're finding working?
I would say it's still very early days for most companies. Again, our companies that we're looking at are startups, so very, very early stage or relatively early stage companies. I think their number one challenge is recruitment and retention of the highest quality staff they can find. And so there are a lot of tools now out there that are measuring, like stress levels. We had them at Goldman. And engagement, employee engagement. There are a lot of tools out there that are doing that. So there are a growing number of tools, but I guess making transparent what the situation is the first step. The more challenging one is, okay, what do you do with that information? How do you train the managers, particularly, to, again, like I said, identify the people that need help, that need intervention? Do you just send them off to the company psychiatrist or somebody that you've outsourced the service to? What else can be done, right? And when the person, for example, if they take a leave of absence, when they come back, how do you help integrate them? How do you do follow-up? I think we're not quite there with most of the startups that we look at. But is it a topic of priority? Definitely. Because like I said, these can be pressure cooker types of places. They're small. They're running, 24/7 every day. So it's bound to have a lot of challenges in the mental health arena. Yeah. And I think a lot, not a lot, but a few of the founders we've met, interestingly, have just identified coaches themselves. That's now a cottage industry, it seems, even in startups in Japan, which is very encouraging to see. So they're seeking out help or people to be sounding boards for them.
It seems to me that being very honest as well is so important, when you're a leader, about your own experiences. And I think we've heard today from Patty talking about his anxiety. It's certainly something that I learned to better communicate about with my own team, thanks to guidance from Vicky. She came to our organization at the beginning of the pandemic and did a webinar with all of us, and particularly with the leadership team, kind of encouraging us to be honest and talk about how can we put ourselves in a position to thrive again when we are so isolated, particularly back in the early days. Kind of want to talk about youth as well. So I expect, being young organizations, the emphasis is going to be on how do we engage and attract people with high potential, youth. Do you have any thoughts about mental health specifically related to youth, and what organizations can do to support them?
So I think my observation thus far is in my new life is that there is a very heightened awareness about mental health challenges, about a lot, because it's frankly a seller's market for talent in Japan, right? The best of the best young people have a ton of options, right? So how do they choose, let's say, who they want to work with? Really at the top of most people's lists, I'm hearing, is what is that company's purpose? In Japanese, it's papas toka sonzai igi toka. These are very hard to pin down, questions. But I think what that's really getting at is what I'm doing every day that I'm working for this organization meaningful, right? Meaningful to society, to the community, to myself, to my colleagues? Can I be proud of talking about what I'm doing to the rest of, the world? I think is super, super important. And I think given, for startups in particular with COVID, a lot of the founders we've met and companies we've met have had to pivot their businesses. Like we just met a company that was wholly dependent on inbound tourism. Well, guess where their revenues went, right? And they had over 100 people on their payroll. What do you do, right? So they didn't completely pivot, but they had to come up with a new business, and thankfully it's successful, right? So they're able to keep the staff. But how do you manage? This woman would say, how do you manage the mental resilience of these people who know the writing on the wall is the reason I joined this company was because Japan was going to get 40 million, foreign tourists every year, and that's not happening. So what am I doing here, right? So I think those challenges are super real, but I think that heightened awareness or sensitivity amongst the youth, much higher, frankly, than definitely my generation. I think that's a very, very positive thing. I also think, many of you know there's a growing number of, I call them Japanese Greta Thunbergs in this country. I don't know if any of you follow Twitter on some of these young activists. Oh my goodness, they have huge followings, right? And it's not just about environmental or sustainability issues. It's about Me Too. It's about, if somebody makes an inappropriate comment, boom, they're like, they call them out, right? And I don't think I've ever experienced that kind of, put the spotlight on an individual or on a comment. And I think also we're seeing with Ukraine and other topics, even if it doesn't directly impact your company or your business, if you don't, as a shacho, say anything, that means you're complicit, right? I think that's true for the world over. And that's been hard for, I think, a lot of particularly, traditional leaders in this country to understand or cope with, because they say, mo, why do we have to issue a statement, right? But I think issue a statement, taking a position, taking a stance on issues is absolutely critical if you want to recruit and retain the best talent.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. We've got about 10 minutes left. I'm curious if there are questions that people have that they'd like to ask. Yes, please.
Hi, my name is Corey. I'm an executive coach, so thank you for the nod to the coaches earlier, and thank you for the important work that you do. I came here from Minakami in Gunma today, where I moved my family about 4 years ago because I wanted my sons to experience rural community. And I find that so many of these conversations that we're having today are quite city-centric. And so I want to ask you, how do these conversations happen in rural Japan, where there are a lot of women that are in very traditional roles, where the school tends to still very much separate boys and girls in their different gender roles? So how do we take this type of work and bring it into rural Japan so that rural Japan can thrive and in some ways catch up to the urban areas here as well?
Very, very good point. And I think the government is quite aware of this gap between urban and rural Japan. I know that several prefectural mayors have begun to host diversity-focused events in their prefectures and have invited speakers from around the country to gather and to meet and speak with, engage with local community leaders on this very topic. So I don't think the solution is, one magic formula, but I think absolutely need to get, like you said, a dialogue, awareness building, education going, particularly in schools and in families. I mean, my parents come from Naraken. Oh my goodness, it's median age in my parents' village is 75. And so talking about how critical this is, of course, the instant reaction is, there's no young people. The young people leave. They don't want to come back. But so how can we create the incentives for young people to go to Minakami or to Naraken? I think there are beginning to be some innovative ideas to attract, and frankly, actually quite a fair number of our the startups we meet, we ask them, where are you calling in from? And they're calling in not from Tokyo or Osaka. They're calling in from very, very far-flung, parts of Japan. So I think that's actually another good outcome potentially of COVID, that you don't need to be physically together. You don't need to be in a city center. So I'm hopeful that that will spread. But yeah.
Any more questions in the room or perhaps online? Yes.
Okay, I have a question from Kim. She says, what can you advise organization leaders and those who advocate for DEI make the initiatives and actions resonate and become more relevant, especially to those who cannot understand the need for or the importance of this advocacy?
It's a question I get all the time because there are those who are firm believers from the outset, and then there are the rest. And I think for the rest, ultimately, to me, and this is kind of why I based my research on kind of objective and empirical analysis, because if you can't found your argument on empirical, analysis, objective data, it's very hard for me to convince one of my clients said, vegetarians to turn into carnivores or the other way around, right? This is not an easy subject. And so I think we're blessed with the fact that in Japan and the world over, there's a wealth of evidence now to show that more diverse leadership led organizations produce higher growth, better revenues, better ROE, etc. So I think people now in Japan, for the most part, get it. But again, that's the why it's important. Then how do I implement this, right? What do I do at the recruiting level, right? I remember at Goldman, we couldn't give an offer letter to a male unless we had shown that we had interviewed at least 2, not just female, but diverse candidates, including LGBTQ candidates. If we didn't interview, we could not issue that offer letter. Or when you do performance reviews, I know the women in this room will recognize this. If the word "she is aggressive" shows up in the qualitative comment box, that's struck out, right? There's a whole algorithm that reads, right, these sort of bias-filled commentary. So I think there's a lot, obviously, that needs to be done. But at the end of the day, each organization has its unique culture, has its unique approach. We made the mistake, frankly, when I was at Goldman, of creating a women's network by women, for women only. And guess what? Nothing changed. We thought we were doing great. Nothing changed. And then we realized, oh, because most of the decision makers in our organization are not female. So why don't we engage them? So we engage them as champions, right? We engage them as champions into not just female, but also our LGBT movement in the firm. And boy, did that help move the needle, because those senior male champions, who's working for them? Oftentimes the most skeptical people in the organization. They say, oh, my boss is up there on some panel and he's talking very, positively about the need for diversity. That changes. That starts to change the conversation, right? So I published this book. It's only in Japanese 2 years ago, Josei Shain no Sodatakata, but if you can read Japanese, there's some little hints in that book of what I experienced as a manager, managing people across Asia. And there are definitely distinct differences between men and women that I had not imagined, but I encountered that I give some tips on how to cope.
Hi, Cole Garrett, Corporate Services Manager for Tel Japan. This question is specifically, for Kathy. Well, I guess all the questions are for you, but you've been such a role model and a leader for decades here in Japan and in the public policy world. And I'm sure people ask you for your secrets and how do you do it, right? And in Intel, we always talk about self-care. So I would like to know, what does the Kathy Matsui self-care regimen look like? What is it that you do?
First of all, I need sleep. I don't know if you read Japanese women's magazines, but curiously, they always have articles about like a clock and how much of that clock is used 24 hours for sleep. And it's shockingly how little sleep Japanese women get. I need at least 7 hours of sleep. And when I was at Goldman, frankly, half the year I was in a plane. So jet lagged, lost a lot of sleep, That was definitely not good for my health. And by the way, many of you know I had cancer when I was 36. Okay, that was, you know, life changing. I had to change a lot of what I prioritized in my life after that diagnosis. But I need my sleep. I need exercise. I used to be an avid runner. I quit that when I had kids, but with COVID, I couldn't go to the gym. So I try to do something, a little bit of exercise every day if I can. I do shiatsu. Anybody like shiatsu? I'm obsessed with shiatsu, so I love shiatsu. I just like to, well, our kids are out of the house now. Maybe that's good for my stress. And they've been replaced by 2 lovely dogs who love me unconditionally. So pets are awesome. But I think it's really about being surrounded by family and friends who, also my other tip for all of you, many of you have heard this before, I have a personal BOD, a personal board of directors. It sounds like a eraso. It's nothing like that. It's my best friends. And by the way, I just wanted to mention Kathy Pike, who many of you know was affiliated with TEL when she was in Japan. She's on my BOD. She may not know this, but she is. People who know me holistically, not just in a work context, but can really tell me like it is, who can be shojiki with me, no matter what it is, a personal challenge, a work challenge. And I've had to have different people on my BOD across the arc of my life. When I became a new mom, oh my God, I had no clue what to do with a baby, right? So I went to experienced mommy friends who were super helpful. And then you have teenage kids. Oh my God, what happens when they're teenagers? They're completely not what they were born like, right? And then, you know, my parents aging, parent dying. How do you cope with all this? Every human being has to cope with all of these challenges. It's very hard to do alone. So, katteni, I pick these people. Of course, you have to invest in those relationships. It's not a one-way street. So I try to spend time with them. I try to be their sounding board as well. But without that, I don't think I would have been able to manage. I don't have any secret sauce. You know, I've had so many failures, so many challenges in my life. So please don't think my life has been on this, you know, kind of super smooth ride. Not at all, right? And I think being vulnerable at work, I told everyone at work when I got my diagnosis, I came back with no hair, with an ugly wig. Everybody knew what I had experienced, right? But being open and honest allowed other people to be open and honest with me about their, for example, health challenges. And that was really good coping mechanism from my perspective as well. Is that okay as an answer?
Hi, my name is Nicola Yaboa. I'm a doctor. I've been working in Japan for several years. So we've obviously seen a massive increase in the sort of, you know, mental health cases that we've been dealing with during COVID. One of the other taboos, though, that always interests me is with regards to the menopause and the perimenopause. So in the UK, where I come from, the highest suicide rate is actually in women aged 51 to 54. So for, I mean, in women in general, that's the highest suicide rate. So I wonder from your experience, you know, if any companies, what their sort of menopause policy is or what your experience has been with that.
Excellent question. I frankly think not much has been done. And I think the awareness level is still very, very limited. I, in fact, have a friend, one of my college, not classmates, but a class behind me, who is starting a menopause-focused women's healthcare startup. Because it seems to be after you hit that perimenopause, menopause period, the solutions are just like one size fits all. And there's nothing very targeted or specific. Everybody from America will appreciate that. So I think in Japan, there's a huge opportunity for more attention and education, I think, in that space, and for employers to raise awareness about this topic, because women, of course, are now working longer. And that's a challenge that I don't think I've ever, frankly, heard raised by most Japanese companies. I think, first of all, is like, let's get the women back to work after they give birth, right? Or try to retain the women that we've recruited. If they hit that, you know, zone of menopause, I think they think, wow, it's a success, you know. But then how to keep them beyond that is still very challenging. So definitely a topic worth bringing out in the open. Very good point.
Very timely reminder. about once again about stigma. Yeah.
Definitely.
Great. I don't know. It seems we have time for another question. Anybody else? Anyone online? Please, online.
So the final question is from an anonymous person, and they would want to know, how can we increase women in leadership in higher education in Japan? We see very few representation of women in leadership positions, not just in the diet, but in education. How can we encourage men to support their colleagues who are qualified?
Yes. So I am I don't know what I'm a lecturer or something at Kyoto University. I'm serving on a committee at Todai. Boy, I knew it was bad, but didn't realize it was this bad. And as I dig deeper, I find that there are clearly some issues around, I guess, I don't know how you call it, the evaluation process, recruitment, promotion to faculty, to tenured positions. So I think it has to kind of start a little bit there to reassess that whole process. But again, just like women in other career paths, when you have life events and that causes an interruption in that timeline, when your male colleagues are, running full on speed, that's a real stumbling block or challenge, I think, for a lot of female academics. So, but the good news is these top universities in the country realize that. And frankly, it's not just women. I think it's also foreign academics that they really need to, boost inclusion of. But I don't think we can get any worse than frankly we are today. It can only get better. But I think the kiki-ishiki is quite high, growing high. Now, what are they actually going to do about it? Like, interesting. I don't know if you know Fuji Socho of Todai. His tagline, he's recently become the head of Todai. The first word or second word is diversity, which for Todai, mo bikkuri desho. So I think that's a start, right? And he's trying to engage academia into the community, into the private sector, with government, trying to start innovative, more startups coming out of university. So I think they're aware, but we'll see, how much progress they can make.
That's great. Changes in the air, hopefully.
Hopefully.
Very good. Thank you so much, Kathy. Please, a round of applause for Kathy.
Thank you again, Kathy and Joshua, for that very, very stimulating conversation. And it really ties into the next panel that we have, going a little bit deeper into women and women leaders in Japan. So I'm excited for this next panel. Please do take the stage. So our next panel is on women in leadership, opportunities for change and empowerment. We have three wonderful panelists and a very enthusiastic moderator. So looking forward. One of our panelists who is online is Keiko Sato. Keiko is an experienced marketing manager, specialized in brand marketing for women's lines and retail marketing for a global flagship store. She was awarded the Employee of the Year in 2018. However, after returning from work from her maternity leave and experiencing difficulties in developing her career, she realized that she had to make a change and that she had to change the environment for other women in Japan. So she founded She Stands, which is a social enterprise offering women's career counseling, consulting, DEI consulting services that aims to create a sustainable social giving system in Japan. So she took action. Great. Another panelist is Midori Kaneko, who is the director for marketing at Sun Frontier and a member of the board of overseers at Temple University, Japan. She has worked for global companies the last 25 years as an executive member in each of those companies, focusing on branding, advertisement, reputation management, media relations, executive communication, and employee engagement as well as diversity, equity, and inclusion. Midori currently serves on other boards of MPOs, such as Fruits and Suits, and Unleashed Potential on empowering challenged children in the last 15 years. And our third panelist is Vanessa Oshima, who is joining us in person here. She is the founder of Heart Data Inc., a marketing strategy company focused on putting the consumer at the heart of data, creating strategies that are future forward and resonate with the consumer across emotional and functional needs. She has a passion for brands and the roles they play in people's lives. Her career has seen her work on insights and strategy teams, marketing and general management roles in Japan for some of the world's most recognizable brands, such as Coca-Cola, Philip Morris, Nike, and Starbucks. And we have our moderator, Jean Montesano, who is a board member for TEL and is in her day job, is the executive officer and senior managing director at Elixir Corporation. As chief people officer, Jean oversees a broad range of functions, including human resources and general affairs, communications, corporate responsibility, investor relations, and external affairs. I turn the mic over to you, Jean.
Thanks so much. Thank you. I feel like the session with Kathy was so rich, and it really actually sets us up very nicely for this panel today with my esteemed panelists. Of course, today's topic is women in leadership and how do we actually empower and support women because women have actually suffered extraordinarily on so many levels with regard to COVID and all the changes that are happening with regard to mental health. So first, I'd like to start asking Keiko to talk a little bit about the work she's been doing at She Stands, because she's actually generated some very interesting survey data that might actually help to frame our conversation. So Keiko, could you say a few words about your work and the survey we talked about?
Okay, sure. Hi, thank you for having me here today. So She Stands, what we do is we do a career consulting for women in struggles, because I've been there. And we also do DE&I consultings for Japanese companies. And recently we did a research with AI company Insight Tech about the gender gap. And today I just wanted to quickly share about the current state of women in Japan through our key findings from the research. So is the slides on right now? Yes. Let me see if the slides. Okay, all right. So we all know that Japan's doing a poor job at closing the gender gap, placing in 120th place out of 156 countries in the global gender gap ranking. So we did a research, this is our second year, but we did a research on people's daily anxieties and concerns and its relevance to the gender gap. And from the research this year, it showed that the gender gap was widening despite some progress made in support measures for women's advancement. And looking at this graph right now, this is people's daily concerns and anxieties, but this prolonged COVID has made both men and women focus more on their gender roles. So more men are focusing on their work and more women are focusing on their housework and childcare. So people's daily anxieties and concerns attributing from the gender gap has increased from last year. And another interesting finding was that about 90% of the women are feeling jealous of men. And many of them felt jealous about their household duties and income. And also from an open-ended comments, we found out that with the COVID, a lot of the working mothers had no choice but to prioritize their husband and children over their careers. So even from our research, it was obvious that women were shouldering even more burdens with the prolonged COVID-19 pandemic and also with the gender gap in Japan. And just one more thing that I want to mention from the research is that women in struggles were needing support on mental health or someone to talk to, like a counselor, therapist, mentor, coach, or all these experts. But the access to those people or services was very low, less than 2%. So this is the current situation of the women in Japan from our research.
Thank you very much. Keiko, do you think the reason behind that is because of a lack of awareness of where the services might be? Or do you think it's more social, cultural stigma around actually seeking help or actually being okay to not be okay and to seek out help?
I would say both, but culturally, like Japanese women, well, not just hesitant to talk about their personal stuff, and they don't really open up. So there's this big cultural barriers that stops us. That leads to the low access of this kind of services. So I would say it's the lack of this cultural mindset that we have.
Thank you. That's very helpful. I might actually just turn to Midori now, because Midori's done a lot of work in a lot of global corporations and working, of course, with the educational sector in her board work, as well as her NPO work. I'd be interested in your thoughts and your story about the challenges we face, why we can't see more progression with regard to women at work, but also socially. And maybe just if you have an opinion on this topic that Keiko was just referring to, why women are jealous of the men, right? 90%. But what might be barriers here, and what might you actually see as recommendations for how we can actually move forward on those numbers and improve them?
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, thank you. The report, I read the full report. Thank you, Keiko, and it has been very interesting. And even if we are still under COVID environment, the fundamental thing concerning women in workplace and also women in life, it just really hasn't progressed that much as we would like to believe, but the fundamentally that hasn't changed. So I see multiple angles to this. And one, I do agree with Keiko-san that it is quite cultural. We are afraid to be judged. And when it comes to personal issues, that could really become a social kind of reputational issues. We are not really individualistic in our culture. So when any issues occur, it concerns their parents and friends and so on. So the personal issues is really difficult to share. But another point, the data point, I found it's only in the mid-90s where the balance between the pure housewives and a working woman became equal. So we still have like a 35% of households with housewives, and a 35% is a double income. So I know that we are not that used to seeing a woman succeeding in Korea yet. It's amazing that we really don't have enough, the woman in pipeline to really see different role models who's been so successful. So I've been on the board of different, companies, and oftentimes I'm the only female. And that just really changes the whole air of the boardroom. The men feel real comfortable wearing a dark suit and it's all men. And having women coming into the room is really uncomfortable. So in terms of the reality, it's in such, they're just not used to seeing more women being active in a leadership position. And the third point I found, the data point I found was, the 40% of women in their 20s rather be married and stay at home and have children and stay focused on household while the men are working, earning money. And I know it is strikingly amazing that that more women are thinking that way. But there's no good or bad, and especially when they look at their mothers. Most of the successful, like men, their wives are, have housewives, and so again, it's taking such a long time to really build that pipeline. And I think in the second session, Jin, you want to talk about solutions. So I hope I can talk about how we can actually move this needle in the second session. Thank you.
Thank you, Midori. Thank you for reminding me. Yes, when the panel got together, we said, our theme is going to be about actions and solutions, because let's get practical about what we need to do here. So Midori reminded me of that. Thank you. I'd like to invite maybe Vanessa now, and to share about her personal story. I mean, you've obviously been quite unique in approaching this issue from a very individual perspective and has done very well. So maybe you could share a little bit about your own personal journey.
Yeah, thank you.
When we were preparing for this and we were talking about personal journey, I really had to take a bit of a reflection on resilience and going forward. And Kathy addressed it as well, being a cancer survivor. So I'm a cancer survivor as well, 5 years. Just last month, I reached the 5-year milestone. And like Kathy, I decided that I needed my girl gang around me and I needed to be open because I was really struggling with that to begin with, and about how I was going to be making decisions away from my family in New Zealand and things like that. And basically being able to be an empowered female at a senior level and be able to say this, it opened up the opportunity, as Kathy was saying, for other people to share as well. This actually helps me to understand something further. So I have 2 sons, and one of my sons was really struggling at university, just really struggling, just not enjoying it, missing more classes than he was probably going to, and just losing connection with friends and many things. And there was a moment in time when he said to me, I don't understand why I'm even here. What's the purpose of all of this? I don't know why I live. And this was the scariest thing a mother can ever hear. When you have a 6'1" American football player son with tears in his eyes saying, I don't know why I live. So Power Mother steps on in and says, how do I cope with the stuff when I was doing mental health? We're going to take a break. We're just going to take a step away. And so that's what I did. As I said, you're coming with me. I've got to go to a conference in Berlin. You're coming with me. So he's like, free trip to Europe. Yeah. so he was in. And we went to Rome and we did that. And then we went to London. And I put somebody in his path who I was very, very thankful to. And that's Koshino Michiko-san. So Michiko London, one of the Koshino sisters. So I met her in a bar where she just basically said to me, you look interesting. Can I talk to you? And I was like, sure. And then we became friends. She was in London and she had her studio. And I said, I just need you to go and talk with him, because she was a top tennis player. And she decided to leave it. She was Japan's champion, actually. And she left it to go into fashion, but then she had her 2 sisters that she was under shadows with. And she had that moment as well. So put Jordan in front of her. And then we did Europe and we came back and I said, so take a break, leave university. If it's not working for you, you do not need to graduate. Pivot. And he went away and he thought, and I had given him a path that he didn't think was open to him. And that was kind of really interesting, because he thought he had to go to the top school, go to the top university, graduate, get into the top, top の大学から卒業して一流大学から一流会社に入って、all of this. And now he graduated, but we sit around the table and he's like, he was at Keio University at the time. And he's like, my mom told me to quit Keio. And his friends are like, your mom did what? And it's like, and I was like, if it's not working for you, then it's not working for you. And that was kind of the thing about empowering and finding, I'm jealous of, men, I'm jealous of this. It's like, find that inner thing that's working for you, not always for others, and find your path. So that's my personal story.
Right. No, thank you very much, Vanessa. I remember very distinctly you saying that one of the lessons you took away from that experience with your son was that sometimes the tracks seem to be very fixed. And a source of resilience can be just smashing the tracks. Can you speak a little bit more about that idea? Because I thought it was so powerful when we talked.
Without thinking about it often as parents as well, but also too in companies, we forget that we are kind of playing the roles, the things that are expected. And we sometimes forget to sort of say, take a step back and see that actually there's more options available to you. And you said something to me, which I remember, which is like, who decides the tracks anyway? Right? Who decides that we actually have to graduate from university or we have to, it's like, oh, wait, who decides? And often it's parents who are deciding.
Yeah.
Often it might be teachers that saying, you're good at this and you should do that. That's what the whole thing about putting women into STEM. You know, it's who decides?
Yeah.
Right. And so I think the conversation earlier really reminded me that if you have people around you that can actually help you to create that resilience, to point out the fact that actually you don't have to follow the tracks. You know, they don't have to be your tracks. I think Kathy talked about that in the panel before that. It's a very powerful reminder of where you can find the source of resilience. It's another way to think about it, I think.
And, you know, I've worked on some of the world's most powerful brands. And when the brands are not working or the brands are in trouble, we take a look and we do pivot. You know, we introduce new things like, okay, then now there's Coca-Cola Zero because we're having to pivot because there's things which are changing. And that can also be the same for personal brands. And that's kind of my thing about, like, if we want to make strong brands, if we want to make strong personal brands, then what is that passion that we have? And all those kinds of things, yeah.
Absolutely. Actually, your comment just reminded me of Keiko's story, because Keiko made a big pivot, right?
Yes, absolutely.
Keiko,
Rebranding.
do you want to share a little bit about that? How you
Yes, of
chose to
course.
break away from the track, as it were?
Yeah, because while I was listening to Vanessa's story of pivoting, it really resonated to me through my personal experience, and I really want to add on to that as well. So, so before even, before I allowed myself to pivot, I needed to go into a process of this really total acceptance, like really accepting the situation. So for me, accepting the situation and also accepting my ability within that situation objectively. And I needed to go through that process. So it doesn't mean like giving up or like blame it on the situation or like saying your abilities limited. But what I mean is like not refusing, not resisting, not faking that it's okay, but really accepting your weakness as well. And I went through that process, and that gave me hope, and that gave me power to pivot. Because I can give you my story, but I worked in a typical domestic company in a leadership position. So the work environment was very male dominated, and you were expected to work long hours. The evaluation was highly on not just your skill sets, but also being open to working long hours and being really, really committing to the company. So I worked really, really hard because I had this ambition to climb the corporate ladder. I liked work. I like to see myself grow through work. So I was going really, really hard, and I was fine until I became a mother. So when I returned from my maternity leave, that's when I got crushed. I struggled juggling motherhood and work. I realized that all these burdens related to childcare and housework were on women. And, that's when I confronted the gender gap. And that's when I had my identity crisis. And that's when I had my resilience lesson. But see, when I returned, I knew that I was off the game. I knew it, because there was no way that I could thrive in that kind of situation, because I couldn't work like I used to, and I couldn't like fully commit to the company. So I knew I was off the game. But I had my perfect plan of, climbing that corporate ladder, and, had that perfect plan of having it all, being successful at work and being a good mother. And I was after that. And, looking back, I think I was so attached to that perfect plan. So I did not want to admit the fact that I was off the game. So what I did was I told myself that if I worked hard enough, I can have it. So I sacrificed my sleep, and I was just constantly hustling at work and at home, and I didn't allow myself to rest, but I wasn't getting anywhere. And I wasn't seeing any progress towards my perfect plan. And so I ended up blaming myself, and I was just working even harder. But, I lost myself. But then one day I kind of pulled back, like Vanessa said, I saw my situation from like a bigger perspective. And I realized that my struggles are not my personal issues, but like a social issue that any other women are struggling or, experiencing. And that was the moment that I finally really accepted my situation and my ability within that situation. And when I was finally able to accept it it kind of gave me power and hope, and it gave me the courage to, pivot, take that big step towards the different path. So that was my story, and I really resonated to that.
Thank you. That was very powerful. Thank you, Keiko. I mean, I think we're seeing a theme here about the need to go in and really kind of pivot or reframe what is it that you want from your life, and to figure out how that path needs to go forward given where you are, whether you're a new mother or whether you're in a job just doesn't give you that flexibility. So I thank you for that. Midori, how about you? We're hearing about the progress that we've made, women in the workforce, right? Kathy talked about this huge jump we've seen from low 40, mid 50s to now 71% in the workforce. And yet we know today from COVID that women are disproportionately impacted from a mental health perspective, just because they're the carers and they're the shoulders on people. And, when Vicky was sharing that statistic, I thought about my own HR team in the company, who are actually one of the few functions that are mostly women. And, there's just a huge amount of burnout we are seeing in the organization, because in a very male-dominated domestic Japanese company that I work in, the women are carrying a lot of those conversations around, hey, how are you? Are you okay? Do you need help? So I'd be interested in your thoughts, Midori, if you've got any, points of resilience, what you've done for yourself in these very difficult kind of moments of truth that Vanessa and Keiko have talked about, how you've actually navigated. Anything you want to share?
I mean, Jen, if you're okay, I wanted to kind of change the angle instead of talking about myself, because I'm a single mother with two girls and so on. And I've been on the executive board, since I was younger. I've just been very lucky to have that kind of career path. So I do have, my own stories to tell. But today, I kind of wanted to talk about how I dealt with women in my own organization, because a while ago I spoke to about 24 of college women who went through this excellent program organized by U.S. Embassy for 6 months. They can get all the mentors, and their last stage of the program, they go to the U.S., meet with all the female CEOs. So we had lunch together after they came back, after those programs, and they were all saying, hey, I'm a different person now. I've seen all this just really open-minded, very powerful, independent female leaders, and I'm different. And so I said, wow, that's really great. The program like this really works. Then we kept, digging deeper into it. Then one person said, but after we graduate, we will go into excellent Japanese companies, and we will be treated like a girl. We will be expected to get married and leave the workplace. And I looked at her and said, what? You're just talking about being different, and what are you talking about? But then everybody else went like this. So then they're telling me, even if they're trying to kind of like change, make a shift to something different, they also kind of giving up because the environment in Japan is different. So I said, oh, okay. Then another woman said, yeah, and also our mothers, because they come from a kind of rich, the school, and our mothers, they also expect us to get married and, have children. And that's a huge pressure, especially in Japan, mother-daughter relationship. So they're kind of like telling me, okay, this is a reality, Midori. Okay, so that's the kind of like environment they are in. Then, I started to really change my kind of leadership style for the last 15 years or so. I used to be more like a mentor. I used to share my success stories, of course, my failure as well. But, as a leader, you kind of tend to, share your success and hoping you can have a positive influence. But in the last 15 years, I changed it, because I took a lot of coaching training and so on, and I learned how to shut myself up. I learned how to listen deep. And Keiko-san's report I read most of the people, women who are sort of struggling, they don't really go to their bosses. They don't go to people in their at work. They go to their friends. They go to their families and so on. But I think one of the best ways to really talk about issues, because many of that is related to work and life kind of balance and so on. So I started to do this, like, and I dealt with so many women, numerous number of women, and learned how we could actually work together myself. So as much as I could influence, but I learned so much. And there are just a few things I wanted to share with you. One is you really have to be show the genuine interest, because your relationship at work could be quite artificial. Even if you come, hey, I really want you to be successful. What can I do for you? But that could be quite artificial. But when a person is really struggling and want to really open up, and which is more difficult in Japan, and for somebody to do that, you really have to be genuine and authentic and show your interest and really get to know that person, and which takes time. But at certain moment, there's a click where they feel they can trust you, and they know that you're not going to judge you, and so that is one of the things I learned, and it's a real precious lesson. But also you have to have your door open. Yes, you're an executive woman, you're busy, your calendar is already always filled, but you have to make sure you have your door open when they are willing to talk to you, because they don't even know when they're ready to really open up to you. So you have to have your door open always. That's number two. And number three is, you really have to be, because I work for many American companies as well, and it's a very talking culture. But when somebody is really struggling and really having that kind of moment, you have to just listen and listen, and you almost have to listen to what's in it when they're silent. What sign they're showing to you. And these are the kind of things I really learned in the last, 10 to 15 years, and it really had a very positive outcome with some people who are just ready to quit, ready to just break down, and and it takes time, but I think it's worth it, because each individual person in each organization is so precious, and that's their life, just like your life. So that's the kind of thing I think it really works if we really pay attention to that. And even in a big corporate world, we can work together.
Thank you. Thank you, Midori. I completely agree with you. I think genuineness and authenticity, listening, actively keeping your door open always. I mean, these are really the hallmarks of inclusive leadership, aren't they? So I really appreciate you kind of framing it for us that way. How about you, Vanessa? I mean, what advice concretely do you have for women to find resilience and to really be able to fully participate and thrive in this very difficult environment?
Yeah, I think for me, working with my team, so let me do it as a sort of two pieces. Like for me personally, working with my teams as a foreign female inside of Japan at an executive level, where yes, females are sort of very, very limited in the rooms, but then foreign females, again, it's just another layer. But also too, how I resilient, but how I empower my team as well to be resilient. So let me start with the team. What I basically, this is what I did, which is actually, it reflects very much what Midori-san just said, which is once every 6 weeks, I would just basically say, here's a 30-minute check-in with my entire team. So, some of my times, the team is 35 people or 40 people, but I would be like, okay, we've got 30 minutes. So it takes me, a week to get that done, but I set it aside. And I have a memo book, which is my book when I put their name on it. So it's like, okay, I'm talking with Jen, and I just write Jen really big marker pen, so it's your page. And I basically start with, so on a scale of 0 to 10, how are we doing? And you'll tell me I'm a 4. And I'm like, okay, so last time we talked, you were a 7, and now we're a 4. Just talk me through that. And what's exciting you right now? What's annoying you or frustrating you right now? What can I do to help? And it's just those 3 questions. And they know it. Every 6 weeks it comes and they know it. And, you know, sometimes the what can I do to help is really like, I just need 10 minutes of your time to show you something. You know, sometimes it's very tactical and sometimes it's something very, you know, deep.
I think it's fantastic, Vanessa, because frankly, one of the biggest, I think, challenges in large workforces or in teams is the fact that you are not seen. The fact that you are not truly being given this time to be heard and to be seen. And I think those 30 minutes once every 6 weeks or whatever managers can squeeze in is actually really powerful because they have your full and undivided attention where you're not trying to explain some stuff to them. You're just really listening and really seeing them for where they are.
I can just add, like, just from my personal, when I was going through cancer, people are like, how are you? And I was like, how do I answer that? You know, it's like, I have cancer. You know, it's like, how do I answer that? Well, one of my friends, she would just basically send me a message to say, how are you today? That I can answer. Today's a good day. Yesterday sucked. But how am I today? And that allows me to just open a little bit. Yeah. And because I was talking to my team, I started to be able to feel myself empowered to say, what do I need? And, you know, showing that you're actually willing to ask your bosses about this is the way that I need to work, or this is what I need, empowers them further to be able to do that as well. I'm not perfect. I've all done mistakes, and I'm surrounded by my husband is a ex track and field like jock, so he speaks very Nittai Dai no Nihongo, right? So very jock Japanese, yeah. And I've got my 2 boys who are like that too. So I speak very masculine Japanese at times. It's like, "Dame jan kore, nani wo kaite no?" And they're and my team are like, and I forget that I've just basically said, "What the hell are you doing?" Because to me, it's my second language. But them to be able to say, "Vanessa, ima no iikata wa," you know, and they're able to call me out. And so I think just creating that little 30 minutes allows us to be a little, like, it's exactly what Midori-san said, which is like, it just allows you to be a little closer, a little more genuine, and then the stuff comes.
Right. But I think the power of the stuff coming is because in your very authentic and genuine approach, where they can ask you, are you all right? You know, that's really a display of psychological safety. And I think you're creating that in your team. It's okay not to be okay, and it's okay to talk to you. And I think that's a really important source of resilience for people, especially in the work environment. I might actually turn to Keiko for a second and maybe ask her for her perspectives on what other concrete recommendations or actions do you feel, based on your survey or your own experience, you'd like to offer to managers and leaders in the room today?
Well, listening to Midori-san and Vanessa's story, I was just thinking that I wish I had a leader, because I was in a management position. So I wish I had a leader like you, ladies. And so, but my message is more for those hardworking women who's struggling, but their efforts not paying off. Because I was there too. I mean, I was in a middle management position, and I really struggled. So my message are more for those women. But I really, really encourage those women to have the courage to talk about your struggles to someone that won't judge you, really, because it really helps, and it's really, really powerful, because it helped me while I was struggling through my, while I was struggling. I met a counselor. I talked to her. She allowed me to see my struggles from a different perspective. She really encouraged me to take that big step toward the different path. And it really, really helps. It's much faster than dealing it with your own. And that's the reason why I became a career consultant, because I wanted to be there for the women who are struggling like me. So I just want to encourage them to just open up and talk and try. Give it a try.
Fantastic. Thank you, Keiko.
Just add on about empowering of women. So my kids are like, 28 and 25 now. So way back when they were small, PTA and all the rest of it, I could never get to the PTA or the gyunyu tobang, where at the hoikuen, where you basically have to go and like give the milk out to everybody. Couldn't get it done. And I had an open conversation with my husband to basically say, I can't do this every time. We're going to have to do this kotai. One month I'll do it. Next month you do it. And he was like, yeah, taking time off to do this. And I was like, it's the same for me.
Mm-hmm.
And so basically having that honest conversation, and he went to the PTA and he was the only man there, or the only guy. And I kid you not, in Japanese, it was like, so I'll do it in Japanese, then I'll translate it. It was like, Oshima-san, 大変ですね、奥さんがあまり教育は関心がなくて. And so it was like, oh, Oshima-san, I feel so sorry for you because your wife doesn't care about education. And I'm like, so women supporting women, men supporting us, it's like it's a big thing. So that was just my one other story.
No, I'm really glad you added that, Vanessa, because it's a great segue into the next question I had for this panel, which is really about the men. We've heard Kathy talk about her experience building a women's network at Goldman Sachs and how that didn't work when you left the men out. Study after study shows that if you create things for women, by women, led by women, actually in large organizations, men think this is actually a woman's problem. And they're sort of excused from having to care about these issues. So I'd really love to hear each of you maybe speak briefly on this topic if you've got an opinion. What is the role of men and how do we engage everyone to create a better organization together? Maybe I'll start with Keiko. Oh, yeah, sorry for putting you on the spot. Do you have do you have anything you want to share on this point?
Well, it's really difficult. This might be kind of sticking to the problem a little bit, not a solution, but it's really difficult because a lot of the men are, need to do the unpaid work in Japan. I mean, a lot of the men need to do that. So it's really difficult under that kind of situation because they don't have time to participate in this kind of like unpaid work. So it's kind of difficult, but what I really think the key to this is to eliminate the fixation on gender roles. So, have like a gender, have a education on gender, from the young, and that's kind of the solution that I can think of at the moment. I'm sorry.
Okay, no, it's great. Midori, do you want to go next, and then Vanessa?
Yeah, I think we should also be more inclusive. So when we had like a women's network at GE in Japan, and that we made sure half the room is filled with men, and so we're doing things for women, but not by women only, but by men and together with men. And then the most of the people just don't really see. It's just like it's so hard for us to open up to other women, but we should also open up to men and have an ongoing dialogue. Because nowadays, gender diversity is just being yelled out loud, so they know it's a social. I mean, we are at the 120th out of 156 countries. How embarrassing is that? It's very embarrassing. So they are aware, but they just have to hear more about it. And I think it's the way to do it is in a more mutually respectful way, not just demanding like rights. It's more of just working together, that kind of environment. And luckily, most of the men that I've worked with, either the non-Japanese or Japanese, they have really tried work together. So I think we have to be more inclusive ourselves.
Great, thank you. Vanessa?
Yeah, I was just thinking about it a little. I wrote my master's thesis back in '92 when the equal employment law had just come in place. And it was on occupational, social, and wage segregation in Japan. So this was my kind of thing. And I was this young 20-year-old New Zealander where, New Zealand was the first country to give women the right to vote, booyah, kind of all this with this idea that Japanese women were being massively discriminated against on all levels, and I was going to fix it as this 20-year-old. And as we got into the analytics, we realized that it wasn't so much the wage segregation, it was just this whole social roles. And that we talk about working mothers, but we don't talk about working fathers. And all of these kind of, it's a female president, but we never say male president and things like that. So we have to be careful about our language and how we're also thinking about things and doing things. There's one thing about raising awareness, but there's other about just continuing that, a female president's special kind of thing is versus president, end of story. Just on a personal level, again, sorry, personal story, but my husband and I decided that our boys would learn to cook. And we started that when they were like 7 years old. So every Sunday night they had to make dinner. So they could choose what they were going to make, and then we'd go to the supermarket and we'd buy the stuff, and then they had to make it. So cookdo ni kanari osewa ni narimashita. So we were like, at the beginning it was cookdo, that kind of stuff where you just add tofu and stir it and it's all good kind of thing. And it was good when they were 7 through around about 13, 14. But when they got to 14, it was like, this sucks. Why do we have to make Sunday dinner kind of thing? Then when they got into their 18s and 19, they figured out that guys that can cook are cool. and so, but now they've got, it's us again, putting things in their path that just opens their eyes a little. And I think that's the younger generation as well, putting opportunities into the path. And, my son is on the women's, Kathy was talking about putting men on the thing, and he contacted me. He said, there's this women's network at the place where he works. Do you think I'd be allowed to join? And I was like, ask. And he's like, okay. And so it was like, I was like, well, if you want to join it, I don't know if it's exclusive to women only, but you could say that you want to join. Do you want to help? So I think that's I think if we start to empower the younger guys as well, and, to have those conversations. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Well, I mean, even in our company with regard to paternal leave, it's like pulling teeth to get the men to take the paternal leave, So I'm constantly saying, you just had a baby, you need to take your paternal leave. And so though generous, right? It's really about culture. And really, not only is it okay, we really want you to do that, because then you'd role model for others why you need to be home helping
all over
the family. Right. So it's creating the path, creating the environment. I love those points that you've made. I might actually invite our audiences now at this point to ask any questions to our panel. I think we've covered a rich array of topics. So anyone with any questions? Tiziana.
Panelist. Well, as a young feminist, and I grew up 14 years old, I was joining the feminist movement and so on. And becoming an adult, I would have never thought that one thing would have always missed from our conversation. And I want to reconnect with what the doctor earlier on asked and talk about sexual gap. So, because nobody really is talking about one of the biggest gender gap, which is not just the salary gap or difference, but is pleasure gap, and how hard is for us, for women, to really have this conversation openly and really go deep into it, because we also know that it's also very connected to mental impact and a lot of issues in communication in the couple and so on and on. We were talking also about how educating our kids. I have a young daughter, so I thought that for me, this is one of the main concern and main things to talk about. Why we don't talk about that? And especially in Japan, of course, this is even a more a taboo topic. But I think that everything starts with sex. And it's very important to recognize that that's one of our main energy as well. And I think that is a very scientific thing as well. So what about this pleasure gap?
Let's talk about sex.
Who wants to take that one? Vanessa first?
Yeah, I had a feeling you were going to.
Thank you, Tiziana.
Yeah, yeah. It's a really timely question. This year, so if I just get a little bit of context first. So back in 2012, a friend of mine got cancer, and I promised her that I would run every day until she beat cancer. So I was running 5 kilometers every day until she was beating cancer. And then in what I call my Alanis Morissette moment, isn't it ironic? I got cancer, and she basically started running for me. And this year is 10 years of running every day. So I decided to change the way I was working to be able to focus on not just corporate, my branding work that I do, but also to put some effort into raising awareness around cancer in Japan for women. And so I started a podcast. My kids think it's funny that I'm a podcaster. Anyway, it started about a month ago. I want to share this with you because the first episode was myself and Caroline talking. So it's Outrun Cancer. The second episode was my husband and I talking. So my husband had testicular cancer when he was 29, and I had breast cancer. And the running joke is he had his right side removed and I had my right side removed, so we're good. So during that podcast, he said to me for the first time that he felt awkward touching me. I had this big scar. I didn't get reconstruction, so I had this big scar here. And I was like, you want to do this in a public podcast now? However, after it's the first time he says, I didn't know how to tell you because I didn't want to hurt you or hurt your feelings, but I struggled too. And that came this realization. So yes, it is something. And we do actually have to say what I need you to tell me, and I need you to tell you what I need as well. And being able to have that conversation with comfort and with safety. I don't know the answer. You know, I don't have the latest statistics, so maybe the doctor can help me. But when I first got cancer 5 years ago, there was a paper that I read that said 70% of Japanese women who go through breast cancer end up in a sexless relationship afterwards. And that's just not right. And so that was kind of part of it, being able to have those conversations.
Thank you for sharing that, Vanessa. Midori or Keiko, did you want to add to that? If not, I can
talk about sex and pleasure.
What is that?
Nice. Okay.
Moving right along.
Moving right along. Okay, Keiko, I assume you're going to pass or you want to say something?
I'm gonna
Passing. All right. Very important topic. And I really want to thank Tiziana for raising it.
Yeah.
We'll have an exclusive panel on this in a future session. But for now, I might take one more question, a final question, please. Oh no, I've got 2 hands here. Executive coach gentleman. And then, I'm sorry, I can't read. Okay. Maybe afterwards as a final question. Thank you. Please.
You're going to see me turn very red now. No, this is actually for Vanessa. I was really inspired by your all the stories about your sons. And it occurs to me that the conversation about gender equality is so much a conversation about boys and men. And I've recently read the book For the Love of Men, which is a really inspired book about that and about how toxic masculinity is really killing men as well and really hurting this conversation. So how do we have more of these conversations with our boys? I think in Japan, I see less of the toxic masculinity that you may see more in the West, but there is a kind of a holding back or boys not knowing how to participate. And so how do we help our boys to be more part of this conversation and to help to get them some clarity on this stuff that can be really confusing?
I don't know that I have the perfect answer. I'm still going through it. Somebody said to me, when does it get easier? Somebody with toddlers, they said, when does it get easier? And I said, it doesn't get easier, it just gets different. And I think that that's kind of really key. I think whether it's boys, whether it's girls, whether it's your colleagues and your teammates and things like that, it's giving, for me at least, it's giving simple questions that are easy to answer. Like if I said to my son, what's going on with you at, the university and talk to me and he just wouldn't know how to do it. But it's like on a scale of 0 to 10, how happy are we right now? And so that's easy. I'm a 6 right now, or I'm a 4 right now. And then that basically says, well, if we wanted to get from a 4 to a 7, what do we need to do? And so it's just unpacking it step by step. And it's not one big conversation or 2 hours or 3 hours. Interesting, when my younger son works, they offer counseling, as part of where they are. And when he was really struggling, I said, why don't you use the counselors? And he's like, oh, but only weak people do that. And I was like, they're there for a reason. It's free. Why don't you try it? And nobody needs to know. And he went and he's like, oh, it was so good. He was like, because I can talk about you and I can talk about dad and I can talk about, and they don't know you, like, oh, I know your mom kind of, and now it's opened it. So it's just, I think allowing them safety nets to sort of say, it's okay to try, and just being alongside them to let them try. And then, just easy steps, little small answers, I think is how I've been doing it. Yeah.
Thank you, Vanessa. Thank you. Okay, our final question, sir.
Thank you. Warren Stooks, my name. I'm visiting here from Melbourne, Australia, the most lockdown city in the world. I have been involved with women's empowerment for a long time, and I actually worked on the United Nations position on the women empowerment principles, and that was rolled out in Japan through the Women's Leadership Network in 2010. So I hope some progress had been made in Japan, given that Japan did endorse it. But I just wanted to appraise people of a book that I found very instructive in the research that I did. And it's a book called Women Don't Ask. And it's by Professor Linda Babcock, B-A-B-C-O-C-K. And just a couple of anecdotal things. There's a propensity for women when they're applying for a job, if the job description has 10 points, that the woman will look at every point and say, if I can't do the whole 10, I can't do that job. Whereas a male will tend to say, if I can do 50% of it, then I can wing it and I'll be able to pick up the rest on the job. And that is a discerning factor in whether a woman gets a job. It's self-selection. So what it is, and from a mental point of view, it's an ingrained cultural thinking that women are very hard on judging themselves. And the one thing they need to do is get training on how to approach an interview. The second thing at interview, and I asked this question at a Melbourne University engineering school that had a lot of women in, 57% of graduates out of universities in Australia now are female. So there's a lot of women in engineering, chemical engineering, civil engineering. And I asked the question, how many of you negotiated your first salary? And it was almost no hands went up. When I asked that same question of the males in the audience, about 35% put their hand up. And what that demonstrates is that the salary gap starts from day one of the graduate entering the workforce. And if you take into account women taking maternity leave and career breaks, it does explain in Western countries, and probably to some extent in Japan, in multinationals at least, why there is a pay gap in the genders. So that's not a question, but I just wanted to.
Okay, thank you for sharing. Yes, absolutely. I might ask one of my panelists just to say final words, maybe really quickly, like one thing that you'd like to leave with our audience today. Keiko, then Midori, and then Vanessa, and then let's conclude. Thank you. Keiko?
Okay, thank you so much for having me today. My message is for all the women who are struggling with all these burdens and, struggling, working really hard, but their efforts not paying off. And my message is for those women. So, in this time of the crisis, it's really, really important to have the courage to talk to someone or open up, ask for support. So I really, really encourage you to do that because it really helps. And that's the message that I want to send out today. Thank you.
Okay, my message is related to both Keiko and Vanessa, what they're talking about. My very quick message is do not compare yourself with somebody else. Really find out what you really want to do. That's just the social pressure, especially in Japan, is so big. So really find out, your own path. And comparing yourself with others is a start of the misery. So that's my message.
Thank you. That's fantastic.
Similar message to Midori-san, which is you lay your own tracks. So find people around you that can help you lay your own tracks and your own path. And the second one is when you need help, have a little thing that basically makes it really easy for you to ask for help. So the 6-week thing, every 6 weeks with my team is one thing, but I have the girl gang, which is, I think, a bit like Kathy's board of directors. But our thing is the pancake emoji. So if we just send a message with a pancake in it, it means we need to do pancakes because I need to talk to somebody. And then if it's a wine emoji, it's like, we're in serious trouble. So it's just that little thing. I don't have to go into details, but it's like, Jin, it's pancakes tomorrow morning. I need you to. So having those things where and to be able to call out.
That's fantastic. I love that. Emoji SOS, everyone. Please, round of applause for my wonderful panelists. Thank you. Thank you, Keiko. Thank you, Midori.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jen.
Thank you.
Thank you, the fabulous ladies. And really, it was an exciting panel. Of course, nobody answered to my question. I'm still feeling it hard. But we have a topic for our next panel. Not today, another day. So the next panel, our final panel, it's innovative mental health workplace solution. No. Okay. So today we have on live with us in person our Vicky story. I mean, it will be taking long to really tell what Vicky realized for how important she is for TEL. But I will go through this very, very short bio. Vicky has a master in counseling for Monash University in Australia with a specialist training in neuropsychology. And since 2004, she has worked with TEL in various capacities, from a volunteer on the Lifeline, and the Lifeline owns a lot to the passion and the energy of this woman. And she is a TEL training coordinator and also therapist with TEL counseling. And in 2013, she is our Lifeline director. Welcome, Vicky. And she will moderate the panel with Ms. Kyoko Sonoda. Kyoko is a certified public psychologist in Japan and bilingual in English and Japanese. She's a licensed professional clinic mental health counselor in the state of New Mexico, and is also a USA National Certified Counselor. She has experience working with children, adolescents, adult individuals, divorced, separate parents, and families at outpatient mental health clinics and crime survivor support and nonprofit agencies, all in multicultural environment. Thank you for being here. And we have, connecting from online, Professor Mete Yazici is a certified coach, lecturer at Temple University, and author. And Mete is a trilingual professional living and working in Japan since 1995. His actual industry experience of 20 years was built in Japan. And in his last corporate job, Mete was the head of local product development and a corporate officer in LexisNexis, Japan. In 2019, he established his own company to focus on coaching and training activities. And he's expected to become a doctor in psychology from California Southern University by 2023. Mete is also a part-time lecturer at Temple University, Japan, continuing education program at Rikyo University, and is the co-author of a book in Japanese on social business and leadership, published in May 2020. And we have also Karen Wellbrook. Karen is a founding partner, executive and team coach at K Group, KK Japan, a Tokyo-based executive leadership development firm. She has over 25 years of international work experience as a management consultant and coach in Europe, North America, East and Southeast Asia, primarily serving life sciences clients and professional service firms. She has worked for Deloitte in progressive role for over 17 years before joining K Group in 2017. She has extensive international consulting experience in strategy and operation-related space, which she now leverages for organizational design, culture change, and accelerated people development. Vicky, the microphone is on you. Thank you. A round of applause for our next panel.
Thank you very much, Tiziana. And maybe I'll just start off before I go to the panelists and just say how grateful I am for all of the speakers that have spoken throughout the day. Something I was just saying to someone earlier was maybe 15 years ago when I started to try and have conversations about mental health and suicide prevention in Japan, I would have such a hostile audience in front of me that it was not about mental health. It was about a samurai way, a lack of religion, all of these sorts of myths. And to be here today and have someone like David share his experiences, Patrick share his as well, everybody have these open conversations to bring up things like autism, etc. It just shows how far we've come. And I'm just so grateful for all of you for having the courage to talk about some of those lived experiences. On this panel, we want to talk to you a little bit about some of the things that we can do within the industries to help bring about some of those changes that we've been talking about today. Things like psychological safety, how do we help our managers identify mental health issues, and how do we support change and strategies to help teams. So I've got Mete here with me, Karen here with me, and Kyoko. And I'm going to hand it over to Kyoko first, because since the beginning of the pandemic, Kyoko and I have been sort of out there with a number of other therapists, but particularly the two of us, either working within international companies or within foreign companies, talking to them about the challenges and the changes of COVID and talking about those mental health challenges. So Kyoko, do you want to talk us through some of those things that you've been doing?
Okay, Becky, thank you very much. I would like to talk about innovative companies, how they show their resiliency during this pandemic. Probably 大変 or もう大変 you heard a lot from a Japanese friend of yours. And can you click the slides twice, please? And the 大変 is the in Chinese characters showing, literally showing. Can you click the slides twice, please? Thank you. Big change in Chinese characters. So the what the COVID brought our workplace was big change, and those associated challenges were huge, both emotionally and physically. Many of the innovative companies Vicky and I worked with shows their resiliency by shifting the challenge and associated challenges to chance to create mental health caring culture in their workplace. How did they do that? Please click please shift the slide, please. Thank you. They first employee obtained knowledge and new skills on how to manage their mental health and well-being, and first started with acknowledging stress reactions and stress levels, just like using the slide, and they identify their emotional level then and associated colors. Next slide, please. So instead of reacting, such as binge drinking or smoking a lot. Using this mental health continuum models, they shifted their difficulty into the healthier, constructive reactions. So you felt like orange, a little bit agitated, go through and choose the healthier choices. And among the workers, they are talking about what kind of healthier choices they were doing in daily basis are exchanged. Next slide, please. And throughout the workshops we provided, employees have shifted their mental set and stigma toward mental health illness. They used to regard sign having mental health issue is a weakness, or talking about it is burden to coworkers, or that may affect negatively to my promotion. But after the workshop, they tend to take the positive regarding talking about mental health issues, that it's a proactive behavior and responsible behavior, preventing them to become really severely mentally ill. And so after the workshops, they become active member of changing their work environment into the place where it is fearless and safe to say, I'm not well, I need help. Or caring others that, do you need a break? You look like it, right? You look really tired. Our morning panelist mentioned, David MacDonald mentioned, click the slide, please. Thank you very much. And click 4 times, please. There, thank you. And this is one of the objective of managers trainings. Manager plays significant roles to establish new culture in the workplace. Next slide, please. And they have been equipped with the workshop new knowledge on how to identify signs of mental health problems. Probably starting doing this or scratching, you can know that some of the reaction of your team members that, oh, the person must be stressed out, those kind of showing, getting the sign, and how to identify the sign of mental health problem, and how to listen and communicate. Previous panels were talking lots about communication, but how are you doing for Japanese workers won't work? Daijoubu doesn't work. They will say, Daijoubu? Daijoubu. Probably 99 out of 100 may say so. So how to communicate such as, 大変そうだね. You look really hectic. How can I help? Works for Japanese people, right? So those kind of how to communicate to the team members about mental health difficulties are introduced. And the third thing important is connecting. And many managers thought that they are responsible taking care of their team workers, and solo responsibility is hard for this issue of mental health. And it is important to connect to the specialist, and also connecting to the industrial doctors through human resources, using human resource panels or employment assistance programs, or outside mental health professionals, just like Hal. And those knowing that it's okay not dealing all by myself. It's a teamwork to sustain the well-being of the team members, kind of for the many of the managers. And another big job of the manager is definitely modeling. Next slide, please. And they have to take a break, and they need to be a model to taking a breaks and also self-cares. And they are the promoter of facilitating the culture by asking for the beginning of the group meeting that what is your emotional weather forecast today? I feel stormy, I feel sunny and bright. Those kind of questions facilitating and reducing the stigma around mental health. And more you talk, more easier to disclose. Next slide, please. What have we learned from the pandemics? There are some positive things as you have experienced of. And I feel that pandemic helped to clarifying and understanding the inconvenient fact within Japan. And next slide, please, which is that prevention is always better than cure. And earlier the intervention, the better outcome. From tooth cavities to cancer. That is true, isn't it? And mental health is the same. They are preventable and treatable. However, next slide, please. This is the reality, inconvenient truth of Japan last 20 decades. Patient of mental illness numbers are rapidly rising. And as you see that, mental mood disorder has tripled the number, and anxiety disorder doubled the number. Next slide, please. And this is the after the fact of the pandemic. OECD statistics. Japan seems like doing better. However, compared with before pandemic and now, depression has doubled during the COVID. So you heard the word of COVID, corona in Japanese. Next slide, please. Another fact that many inconvenient fact people realized is that cost of mental illness is high. This is the estimate of the London and the School of Economics, Political Science, and depression alone was 14 billion US dollar. Click, please. Maybe I should stop now. And as you see that pandemic has costed us a lot, but kind of helped us to recognize the urgency to change our workplace to be more mentally health caring culture. Thank you.
I'll come back. Thank you, Kyoko, for some of those stats. I'll come back to you again because I want to ask a little bit more about some of that training, because I know that it also goes into helping managers understand how to support someone when they come back into the workplace as well. The next person we're going to go to speak to is Mete. And Mete, what I'd like to hear from you is, I know that you're a coach, and that's I know Karen's a coach as well. And that's one of the things we've heard today that companies are more likely to use. It has less stigma associated with it, but also you are teaching and working within the area of positive psychology and resilience. And that's really something that's important to us. So do you want to talk to us a little bit about that?
Thanks, Vicky. Can you hear me? Everything is good?
Yes.
Yeah, good. Thank you. So the nature of the coaching also has shifted a bit, and Karen can probably explain that as well. We are colleagues. I'm so happy to be with colleagues today. That executive coaching, we hear a lot of mental health issues increasingly as well. Topics about how can I manage my stress? How can I manage the stress in my workforce? I'm not feeling so much motivated. We hear all these kind of things in coaching now, and as coaches, we are working with, of course, mentally healthy people, and it's also our job to support, everybody for that capacity too. So what I work with my clients as well as conduct workshops and teach in the university is a concept based on positive psychology, a concept called psychological capacity. So with that, I would like to emphasize 4 keywords today and 1 practice. Psychological capacity, psychological capital, also they call it, creates a good foundation for all of us. And I would like everybody, especially managers, leaders, to be aware of those 4 components, and they can also teach and coach their team members on those ones. And 1 practice I'm going to emphasize at the end. Now, first keyword that I would like to emphasize is hope. In psychology, when we talk about hope, it's not about just having a shallow wish for the future. When we talk about hope, we actually talk about, as we always do in the companies, have personal as well as business goals, a solid vision, personally as well as for the business, and creating pathways or options to realize that goal. Of course, we cannot completely set our paths because there's so much uncertainty, but that also brings flexibility and agility to pursue those goals as it applies. But hope is a very strong motivator because it pulls us towards the future. Although it is sometimes uncertain, it creates that motivation in us. The number 1, which is very much related to, is optimism. In psychological context, especially these days, we talk about a balanced optimism, which we call it sometimes realistic optimism. What it really means is that humans have a bias towards negativity, which we call it negative bias. And it is very natural. It's not a bad thing. Evolutionarily, this is how we were programmed to do so, because we were always trying to watch for uncertainties, negativity, especially danger around us. So it kind of programmed us to look at the negatives to prepare for something that doesn't go as expected. It creates a good defense mechanism. But especially in these times where everything is so uncertain, that negative bias is going to work against us. So what realistic optimism does is it kind of like says, okay, let's put everything in a perspective. What is working and what is really not working as we expected? So always have that question, okay, there are lots of negatives, there are lots of things we cannot really control, but what is working and what is in our control? Then with this realization, what are the things that we can really do and get back to the things that we can control and have personal accountability in those outcomes? So that's the optimism. So it's not like, okay, I'm just going to sit here and wait for the best thing to happen. No, it is really thinking about what is working now and how it can get better and what are the things that I can do. Asking that question day and night. Number 3 is focus. Focus is an area that we definitely need these days because there's so much happening. We get lots of things in emails, news is all over the place. We get lots of notification in social network, but we need to get back to our task, and we need to get back to what we need to focus for the moment. And sometimes people come up and say, well, I have difficulty focusing. I don't know what to do. I get distracted all the time. What I really advise is a technique called Pomodoro technique, which I also recently learned is, let's just put a target on a task for 30 minutes, but let's just focus on it for 25 minutes, whatever it is, a small task, and get it done for 25 minutes, 5 minutes break, and then maybe another task for 25 minutes plus 5 minutes break. So this one basically means we don't need to do multitasking, and actually multitasking doesn't work as efficiently as we think. So brain is not programmed for multitasking. So we need to focus on small bits and then just switch the tasks as we finish them, or small milestones around it. This kind of focusing on the task also gives us confidence about our abilities, and it also fosters our learning. because we learn by doing things, and by doing it and giving results, it also creates self-confidence. Number 4 is the care. What I really mean by is that care for myself as well as for the others. As we talk in mental health also, self-care is such an important piece. We need to take care of our physical health. We need to take care of our mental health. And as well as look at whatever can support us. Support networks that we have, our friends, our family. Just foster those things and reach out as much as possible. As managers and leaders, we also can take care of our team members. Having, even virtually surrounded by team members is always a great connection. Sometimes people come up and say, oh, but everybody's cameras are off. I don't feel that connection anymore. And when we are in the hybrid environment, when we go to the office, then there's hardly anybody in the office, or we kind of like miss each other. That's okay. Let's start where we can. Maybe we can create some other get-togethers. Let's be creative about creating and fostering these networks. So care for me and for others is very important. If you put everything all together, number 1 was hope, which purpose and vision, goals, and pursuing them with flexibility and agility. Number 2 was realistic optimism, having a balanced view of the reality. Number 3 was focus on our tasks and get our learning going, get our learning and build confidence for us. Number 4 was care for us as well as for the others. So these 4 concepts come together in one practice that I would definitely recommend everybody is reflection. Reflection is nothing new. It's been around for thousands of years. Ancient Greeks and Romans also emphasized the importance. But in modern leadership, unfortunately, we lost track of it. We kind of forget about what reflection was. What I mean by reflection is not about like worrying too much about the future or the past. It's only about looking into, okay, what are my priorities today? I have maybe thousands of things to do. I mean, these are okay. These are small tasks maybe. But what are the 3 things that I need to accomplish today? And what are the things that I will celebrate from yesterday? It's a bit linked to the gratitude as well. What am I grateful for? And what am I really, what gives me happiness today? And kind of like start especially the day with that kind of reflection, which might lead very well into a mindfulness exercise as well, of sitting very comfortably for just 3 to 5 minutes and having those reflective thoughts. This is a very good cleansing exercise and a focus and a way to actually put all these 4 things in a perspective. When leaders start their day like this, they will feel that they are refreshed, they are more focused, and they are more purposeful, and they are more mindful than being mindless. And this is just the foundation of, getting the day, collecting all this energy and giving that energy back to the community, back to the team members. If people want, they can also close the day with another reflection exercise. And hopefully this needs to be done not on a digital platform, but on classic pen and paper, because that's what brain really gets energized. Very simple, but I would like to start from the basics. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mete, for talking us through some of those strategies. And I think at the moment we ask a lot of managers, right? We ask them to be able to lead, to handle all of the challenges and changes, and to look for mental health issues. And so giving some tips to help managers sort of calm themselves in the moment, giving them some tools so that they can also, because they're in the mix with everybody. And maybe that's something I should just sort of reinforce. COVID is not something that any of us have escaped, right? Whether we've caught it or not caught it, we've all been impacted by it. It has taken a psychological and a physiological toll on us, from the burnout that we see to the mental health problems. So helping our managers and helping people as individuals have some tools to help them focus and perhaps see that they do have some control or some choices in their day-to-day life. I might come back to you a little bit more to speak to you about some of your positive psychology. I'm going to flip now to Karen. And Karen, what we wanted to talk to you about is that, again, there's this talk about, well, how are managers and how are organizations going to deal with when people do come back into the workplace, how they come back into the workplace. You know, that whole concept of we've been away for 2 years, we've got different ways of working, but also we're going to come back and we're not going to be refreshed. Nobody's going to go back into the workforce and say, well, I've just had the last 2 years off. You're going to come in with all of that burnout and that exhaustion from the present. So what is it going to be like, and how do managers and how do we work with teams? Right? Can you talk us a little bit about some of that work you've done with teams?
Thank you. My pleasure. Yeah. Can we have the first slide, please? Thank you. Next slide. Okay, good. This is a model that just came out from the Neuroscience Institute. And what they're looking at is how we manage our time and energy, because at the end of the day, these are the only two resources we have as human beings. Now, the last 2 years have been a really interesting exercise globally. Probably we never had such a huge lab exercise. When we started the pandemic, there was a kind of enthusiasm of like the musketeers. We all come together, we work through this, we get this done. And we started to change the way of working. We found new technologies to make it happen. And for a little while, we actually had a bump in productivity. But guess what? That became old. What we did is we were just overloading each other with more Zoom meetings and more Zoom meetings. And we moved over to the left-hand side. We became very disrespectful with our time. We were just dragging on and on and on. Now, in my coaching practice, when I work with leaders, I work mainly with multinationals here in Japan and have from manager level up to senior executive. And I mean, they got such a Zoom fatigue, and they just never had any more time for them. And they just turned into the animal brain and were reacting to things. So what happens is that that sense of burnout and that sense of my battery, I can't recharge it anymore because I was not spending deliberate activities to step back and recharge. So that sense of being exploited led very often to the question of, why am I doing this actually? So for a while, I had quite a number of clients asking that life purpose question. Should I actually stick in there? Why should I do that? It's not worth it. What happened though, since the last 6 months or so, while we think we go back to normal, people are putting that on the back burner. So what happens is I see people moving over to deplete and a little bit over to sustain, because they found some routine in making it happen. But still, a lot of people are not happy with what's happening right now. In order to get to a really productive state, we need to find that regenerative precision again. But that means we need to be calm. We need to have what Matthew pointed out, this optimism, that sense of achievement and sense of collaboration again. Next slide, please. Now, the people I coach, especially those with responsibility, they are a little bit at the end of their wits because they have so much, they're so overwhelmed. So one of the techniques is to take a step back and think, what can I control? I mean, the world right now is just crazy. The complexity is enormous, but there are still things I can control. And that usually helps to just calm down, because that sense of being overwhelmed can be reduced by considering, oh, I can actually control some of my time. I can control how many Zoom meetings I want. I can control what I eat. I can control what I wear. So that kind of things gives me a little bit more perspective on about my influence I have on my life and my being. Also, an interesting concept is what Matthew also pointed out is, how do I show up? If I'm overwhelmed, I only react, and my animal comes out, and I bite when I'm stressed, and I withdraw when I'm stressed, depending on my personality makeup. But when I'm more calm, I can actually make a conscious decision how I react to something, how I react to a boss who puts another activity on my plate. You know, I could start negotiating with him instead of being frustrated. Also, as a manager, it becomes really important to consider how you show up, because the way you present yourself to the team, you will set the tone and create a culture. And you know, if you are in a crappy mode, your team will be crappy. But if you are sort of happy, there is a better chance that the team is also happy. So that would be one thing. The precondition is, however, we need to have our battery recharged, and we need to be in a calm mental state. Next slide, please. So the model we have is, I'm using that based on Gallup, because I like the approach of using people's strengths. And what they look at is, if you are a manager and in charge of other people, it's really important that you take care of yourself first, and then address whatever basic need the team members have to make sure that they are productive. Then spend time with the individual to make sure he or she has the right job and is in a good mental state. And then go to the team level, and that will lead to innovation and growth. So that would be the model we would want to ideally follow. Next slide, please. Now, as mentioned by my colleagues before, it's really important that we do self-care. And just recently, I had a very interesting coaching discussion, and that young leader said, you know, I'm selfish. Every evening, I take half an hour and just read a book, and I don't talk to anyone. And I think it's okay to be selfish. So it really is. And when we talk to women, they are just stressing themselves out with trying to be perfect. And that perfectionism, when you ask the question, so when are you perfect? There is just no limit. So give yourself the permission to say it's okay to be not perfect. And that's kind of self-compassion is also a concept, not only to be compassionate to other people, but also give yourself the self-compassion. And if you try on that, it can put you in a happy space as well. Creating good habits is another one, schedule me time. And another thing is set priorities rigorously. Next slide. Now, when you show up as a manager to your team, it's really important that you understand that you meet your team where they are. What I mean is, recently I had a foreigner coming in, and he said, my team is just not doing what I want. I want to empower them. But then it turns out this is his assumption. He thinks everyone should be empowered because he wants to be empowered. But the team doesn't want that. They want guidance. They want more rules. So reflect on the golden rule is okay, but it's not always helpful. So the rule as a manager should be to manage the people the way they want to be managed, not the way you want to be managed. So that's one. Make sure you have the basic needs right. A big Two big topics in coaching that come up constantly is, I don't know the expectation. So think about yourself, clarify expectation with your people and your expectation with your boss. That's the very first thing to do. And then remove whatever obstacles people have from time, equipment, whatever, to make sure that they can do the work. And next thing is, when you work with the individual, make sure you help them prioritize. Because right now, people are so overwhelmed that you need to help them what's important and what's not. And then also match whatever job they do with their capability and what they want to do at the moment. Right now, people might be stressed out of things, so don't expect them to want to grow or do new things. Match the situation the person is in with the job they should do. Finally, when you go to the team, have a reflection on why you are a team. What holds you together? And then bring that in and make sure that people understand why they come together and work as a team. And also define the rules of the team. And multinationals here in Japan have this amazing opportunity. You can shape rules because you are not so much bound to the Japanese social norms. So I would take that as a privilege, as an opportunity. So that would be my considerations for going back to the workplace and managing your team. Thank you.
Thank you, Karen. So I'm going to throw a few questions around, but throughout the day, we've heard these things about how it's important to have meaning and how it's important to have the ability to listen, to have an open environment. But remembering that, so again, I just reinforce that statement that I said before, we have a lot of asks of our managers who are also being impacted by everything that's going on, our managers that are also burnt out. We also know that we're going to have a lot more mental health issues and a lot more people struggling with mental health issues, maybe for the first time. We've heard from Sherman earlier in the day and Nicole and everybody on that first panel about all the different types of individuals and needs and demands that we have all upon us. Right? So how, Kyoko, you were talking to us before about helping our managers to be able to identify it, but also I know that in the training that we do a lot in sort of helping the managers have those conversations about how to have, do you need a break, and how to bring them back in again. Do you want to tell us a little bit more about those?
Managers, they have a power. They can be a leader so that when they recognize the mental health difficulty of team members, by asking with the fact that I am noticing you lost the weight or you look thinner, what's going on? So asking the fact instead of blaming you are late. I'm noticing you couldn't make the meeting on time. So fact-based asking is really important things. And also that manager can work together with human resources and other professionals and as a team and make plan for accommodating mental health need of the workers can be things. And also that manager doesn't need to feel responsible solely that he or she have to do everything. Manager has him or herself need to ask for the help. And returning workers, there is Japanese guidelines set up already. What to do, what kind of steps. So following those things, manager already have a guideline to follow through. So they don't have to feel like or pressured. They have to create from the scratch.
Thank you. I think that we've seen surveys come out that have shown how many managers are being asked to do all of these things, but most will say, but I haven't really had that training and I'm struggling as well. So giving them those tools to help them to figure out those steps and how to have those conversations can be really helpful in helping to break down some of the stigma that we've heard around this topic. But I might also throw it across to you, Mete, because one of the things that this whole conference is about resilience, right? And that resilience is not something that we have to be, gambate, strong about. It's not about the ability just to persevere, but it's that ability to adapt. And you're doing a lot of work also in that positive psychology area as well. So maybe can you just give us some tips in there about the importance of talking about resilience and positive psychology?
Yeah, so positive psychology is an interesting area because the name may sometimes mislead people. Positive psychology doesn't mean that we have to throw away our negative emotions or hide them. It's basically says that we have to be aware of all our emotions. So one of the things that's really important for the managers in the context of positive psychology is, first of all, let's just be aware of all the emotions that we have, including the negative ones. If you have feeling anxious, that's okay. If you are feeling worried, if you are feeling sad, it's okay. We just need to provide managers some safe space for them to really first acknowledge those emotions and maybe share those emotions with somebody. It could be external coaches like us. It could be peer coaches. Many organizations are actually creating a coaching culture where managers and leaders can coach each other, especially if they are not coming from the same region. So provide as many safe spaces as possible for the managers to really acknowledge those emotions and actually talk about their vulnerabilities. Once we create that safe space and flexibility inside, this creates almost like a softball effect, I would say. Resilience doesn't mean being hard, because if we don't acknowledge what is inside, it will just shatter like a glass. So positive psychology means let's take the steps, and then afterwards, let's focus on what's working, what is giving me joy, happiness, and meaning today. So as I mentioned, with acknowledging all the emotions that really come with the hardship associated with the management job, afterwards, if they can cultivate their realistic optimism and hope towards the future, that will definitely transfer to the organizations.
Thank you, Mete. So we've talked a lot today about how it's important for companies to have that psychological safety, but it's also important, if the managers are going to model this, that they also have a space where they feel safe and they get that support as well. I might just throw it to you, Karen. So what are some tips or guidance that you can give us for teams and helping people navigate that next step?
Yeah, so in order to move a group of people into a team and then a high-performing team, we need to build a foundation which is based on trust. And building trust is not a simple thing, because when you reflect about your own way of how you feel people trust you and when do you trust others, you already open up a really interesting discussion. And unfortunately, there is not a lot of conversation about this. We make a lot of assumptions. We give people rules. We tell them that's the way you should work together. That's the way I evaluate you. That's the job you do. So how do we actually have enough time and energy to talk about this trust topic? Again, positive psychology and looking at people's strengths is a way to be more positive about this by saying, I give, for instance, my critical thinking capacity to the team, but I need someone who helps me with my emotions. So that kind of building partnerships can be a way of helping to create a trustful as well as productive work environment. The next step is building an open and frank conversation. That's also not a trivial thing to do, because harmony is such a big topic in Japan, so you don't have conflicts in the open. But having the best decision requires all the input. So you need to create a non-blame culture where people feel safe to voice their maybe opposition, idea, controversial points. So, but you need trust for that. So again, people need to be trained how to build trust and then have an open and frank conversation.
Thank you, Karen. I'm going to throw it to the audience in a minute, but one of the things that we have seen over the last 2 years throughout COVID is an increase in the suicide rates. Sadly, Kyoko and I have gone into schools and into workplaces following a death of someone from typically a mental health problem that has not been addressed. Given that we have an increase in mental health issues everywhere, finding those ways to support the individuals within the company, giving them training, having these conversations, having all of these conversations today is so important. So maybe we'll throw it, are there any questions in the room or online?
Hi, Nancy Snow. I was part of the first panel. And as I was sitting here throughout the day, I was thinking about what has been the biggest challenge for me over the last 2 years, and it was dealing with loss. So being in social isolation, but also losing very, very important people in my life whom I didn't get a chance to have that last conversation with, and maybe a year or two had gone by. And so a lot of reflection has taken place, and I'm sure everybody in this room has probably gone through that. So whether it's COVID related or not, I think that relates back to that sense of feeling suicidal. And I think it's what you all are doing to go in afterwards and talk to people. It's an incredible gift that you have. I wish I could be part of that, because even in my own family, my nephew died. This was pre-COVID from suicide at 18. So that's something that I don't think publicly I've ever expressed until now. But I felt comfortable in this room to share that. So I just wanted to thank you so much.
Well, thank you for sharing that with us, Nancy. And part of some of the trainings that we've been doing this year, maybe on a slightly different angle, is psychological first aid. About to do some with some of the to support some of the refugees and help people how to interact appropriately. But it is about recognizing the losses that happen in a disaster, and the pandemic is a disaster. And then there are, the losses that happened that were going to happen anyhow, right? And then they've happened on top of the disaster. Just like we've had a lot of stresses in the pandemic, we're also going to have more stresses that just happen in our lives anyhow. Maybe it was Vanessa saying she got cancer. These other things that are going to hit us. And if we're already burnt out, how are we going to handle those, right? And are we recognizing those who have had losses, right? And as far as the suicides go, having these conversations today, having David be so brave to step up, to actually have lived experiences spoken about in Japan at a panel is fantastic. I can't thank you enough for that, David. That we can start to think about breaking down the barriers, because 90% of them are a mental health problem that's not addressed. So okay, Emily?
We have an anonymous question. How do employees cope when their company's actions surrounding mental health are lacking and there's no trust?
Who wants to answer that, guys? Can you say it again, Emily?
Yes. How do employees cope when their company's actions surrounding mental health are lacking and there is no trust?
Anyone?
Probably first the person has to, I would like to encourage to connect to own counseling and expressing the difficulties the person is facing with, and definitely clarifying the issues and prioritizing how to deal with it. And maybe one of the choice is writing a letter to executive to quitting the job. Many options they can find through the counseling is one of my respond.
So maybe if there isn't support within the company, getting some support outside of the company to help them deal with those challenges might be an option. Okay. Are there any other questions? Then thank you all very, very much. Oh, there is one more? Okay.
Thank you so much for the time, and thank you to everyone for today. It's just been really timely and relevant. So thank you to the organisers, to Tel, and to every panelist. My name is Jennifer Shinkai, and I'm a coach. And I actually always used to come out to networking events, and it was such a hurdle to come here today. And so I really feel very touched to be here. But my question and you kind of hinted to a little bit, for managers, for teammates, when we have a returning member of our team, of our community, what are some practical things we can do to give a soft and welcoming landing to support people who are coming back after a mental health break? Thank you.
Do you want to do that? Okay.
It's mandated for at least for the Japanese company by Minister of Health and Labor and Welfare, the guidelines. First, some of the steps. First, they have to have doctor's approval, then having internal conversation of the company, including industrial doctor of the company, and make the step-by-step plan of returning, such as starting from just 2 hours visit to only certain hours of work, or shifting the section, or getting the assistance beside that person. Those kind of concrete plan is mandated so that company can follow that. And this is a bit unrelated. However, I would like to emphasize is that Harvard Business School, Amy Edmondson has studied about psychological safety, safe workplace, which means safe for the returnee too. And that is correlated with more motivation of the employees, and also learning, higher learning, and higher productivities, and more innovation. And 20 years of the Dr. Edmondson study showing that. So if the returnee feels safe that environment, which means that company will lead to the success for the so-called ambiguous and uncertain business world they have to walk through. So that's thanks.
Yes, so there are concrete steps. The other thing that might be really helpful, maybe in an international company, would be to have those conversations with the individual coming back about how they would like it to go, how they'd like it to be discussed, and then having those conversations with the manager so that they can set up the team so everything works smoothly. So empowering them and engaging the person who is coming back into the workplace.
Vicky, may I jump in?
Yes.
Sorry.
Oh, Mete.
Yeah, sorry. In
I'm
addition
looking
to
for the person. Yes, go.
Yeah, in addition to all the things that I think you mentioned, as Kyoko-san mentioned, sometimes in my experience, this is more like my work experience. Sometimes when the returnees get back, there is a timing where they need to feel more empowered to solve their own problems. Some of the issues that I encountered in the workplace was people lacking conflict management skills or assertiveness skills. Whatever those skills are missing, managers working with those team members to enroll them in new trainings or additional coaching might really feel them empowered to solve their own problems once they feel like they're really ready to take this step. that will be definitely another step to, work on their strengths going forward. Just wanted to underline that as well.
Thank you, Mete. Any other questions, or are we on time? We're over to last one.
Thank you very much. My name is Ayako Kamura from X3 and Human Resources. And this time it's really inspiring and great all conversation. And thank you very much. And my question is that, so if there is the employee who is having a mental health issues and can be recognized by other team members, and then as a company or HR or manager, we don't share the detail or the situation about the person. But in the case the team member recognize that person is having a problem, do you have any suggestion or advice to make the warm environment that can support that person?
So for the team, right? If they, okay, who would like to answer that?
I could go if you want to, Vicky.
Okay, thank you, Karen.
I would differentiate that a little bit on the type of mental health issue. Is it just exhaustion versus anxiety, or really something that's becoming a medical issue? If you have a team where people have regular exchanges and also time where they just exchange, ask checking questions, how everyone is doing, you can create an environment where people know where they stand. And similar to that traffic light thing you had in the beginning, where you could say, are you a yellow today or a red? Teams can actually build kind of routines to get to know what and understand where everyone stands. And then you can have like buddy systems and help people to just, have other people reaching out to them so that people are not getting lost in the remote work. So there are different ways to make sure people have connections and have a sense of belonging. And then that a sense of belonging usually helps that people are not falling through the cracks and leave the team. That would be one of the ideas.
Thank you, Karen. So having engagement and having conversations, because one of the things that we do know from some of the studies and research is that when we don't have those conversations, particularly in Japanese teams, the whole team goes down, right? So by avoiding those conversations, it's not helping anyone. So I think we're at time, well and truly. So thank you all very, very much. So please thank the panelists.
Yes, what a jam-packed day, and I think a lot of good ideas we've heard, and a lot of inspiring stories. I think a lot of people opened up themselves, and I do appreciate that, particularly in a setting like this, and some of the things that were said, are very personal. So I really appreciate that, and like what you were saying about grief and going through the situation. My mother passed away during COVID, as a result of COVID. So I was not able to go back to the US to be there. So I had to see the funeral online. So of course I used my company's EAP service and spoke with a grief counselor and sometimes still work through it. So, but my company supported it. And my manager was open, and I'm open to my manager about it. And I talk regularly about mental health. And I say I'm on a mission. I think mental health is the civil rights movement of the 21st century. It's something that we really do need to work on. So I have the honor of introducing our closing speaker, who is Shannon Quon, who is the current chairperson and treasurer. So he gets to look at the money and hopefully they audit it. I hope it should be good. But he's the chairperson and treasurer for TEL. Shannon is a partner at PwC, and he's on secondment in their Tokyo office, so we're happy to have him here. He's previously worked for PwC in LA or Los Angeles, Charlotte, and Memphis. He has over 20 years experience in PwC, and he's focused primarily on financial statement audits of global financial institutions. So you can be sure TEL's books are good. You know our books are legit and very well taken care of. Shannon and his family have lived in Japan for more than 5 years, including a previous secondment to Tokyo. And he holds a bachelor's and master's degree in accountancy from the University of Mississippi. So spent some time in Mississippi. Shannon, invite you up to the stage. Thank you.
Thanks for the warm introduction, Maurice. So thank you all for joining us today, and both virtually and here in person. It's so great to have people together, especially to talk about such an important topic. And I'd like to extend thank yous to start with first for our moderators and our speakers. What a powerful collection of speakers today. I was just overwhelmed with all the content. And also a thank you to the audience for all the powerful questions. There were such deeply thought-provoking questions and some moments of levity and sometimes a little of both at the same time. Thank you, Tiziana. And I'd like to thank again our sponsors, Discovery Japan, InWorld, Robert Walters, Lenovo, and ACCJ Healthcare Committee. Thank you so much for partnering with us to make today and tomorrow happen. And the final thank you to the team of TEL and ACCJ, people that have been working tirelessly behind the scenes to make this to come together. Really impressive to create an environment that's conducive, both hybrid, online people at home, and even our panelists working from home, all of it together. It's really quite impressive. Thank you so much for that. And building resilience. I mean, what an amazing topic and very timely topic. As so many of you today have said, that the concept or the thought about and discussion around mental health has really come to the forefront and has really become a mainstream topic. The next step is beyond just raising awareness. Is what do we do? How do we make people healthier? How do we create better, stronger environments? And I felt like that was a great focus of today's discussions around tangible, tactical things that we can all do to make the world a better place. From powerful discussions about intersectionality and the unique layers of bias that can impact people's mental health, to the impact of the workplace, both culturally, physically, so many different layers of how the workplace impacts people, and the continued challenges that women face, especially here in Japan. I mean, that I don't know if we'll ever get to a day where that is not such a prominent topic, but it's so powerful that we're able to talk about it so openly now. So I hope you all learned something today. I know I took away some very powerful lessons and things that we can do in the future. I also hope that you will join us tomorrow for tomorrow's sessions, which is entirely online. Tomorrow's exciting day on mental health will be a little bit more focused on challenges faced by individuals, by families, and by our younger generation. So please join in for those sessions as well. But before you go, I do have some requests. First off, please take out your phones. If you are aware of somebody that needs help, or you yourself perhaps needs help, please be aware that the TEL Lifeline is out there and there is a place for you to go for help or a place for you to recommend for someone to help. So my ask is open your phone, add in your contact this phone number so that you have that place to call or a number to recommend when that moment comes. Are you ready? 03 5774 0992. One more, 03 5774-0992. So our TEL Lifeline is available from 9 to 11, both on a phone line and a chat. So please, if you know someone that needs help, there is a resource, they're available to them. Also, many of you come from a corporate environment. There was a lot of discussion today about raising awareness and training up managers to how do they deal with people that need mental health support. If that speaks to you and your organization, TEL can also help. We offer employee assistance programs, trainings, workshops, all kinds of things. So think about that, take that back to your workplace. If that's something that you think you need, contact any of us at TEL and we can help. Another one, if you feel personally moved to help, our Lifeline is always seeking volunteers. And for the first time, we have a summer training program that starts May 21st. And that is a program that will help build the skills that you learned about today around building empathy, active listening, how to deal with people with mental health challenges. So if you feel compelled that is something you can take on, we strongly encourage and would welcome you there. Our last two, if you are not already an ACCJ member, there's another fantastic way to be plugged into the community, find other ways to impact the community and other ways to help. There are brochures at the registration desk outside if you're interested in joining ACCJ. And then the last one, you will receive a email survey from the ACCJ. Please fill it out, be candid with your feedback about today's program. Your feedback will help us make things like this better and make sure that we're delivering content to you that is important to you. So please fill out that survey. It would only take a few minutes. Thanks again for being here. Really appreciate your participation. And thanks again for all the others that made today happen. Thank you.
Thank you, Shannon. And again, thanks to my partner, Maurice, also for working as a MC with me. And again, we are sending a big virtual hugs to everybody online and a big hug to all of you today. Thanks very much. Thank you for all our heart for joining. Grazie. Thank you. And just another recommendation, maybe Maurice. Yes.
I wanted to say thank you as well. Arigato gozaimasu.
And maybe you can tell how to the venue protocol. You are the
So I have to be the bouncer. I have to be
the master.
So I'm the bouncer. That's my other duty is to bounce people out. So when we do conclude the session, and this is for the live participants, we do ask that you please leave the room swiftly and do not congregate in the halls or the hallway. So it's imperative that we sort of get out and for the safety of the participants and for the staff. And I'd also like to thank all of the TAC staff for today and for the lunch and for really supporting us. We do appreciate it, and we're happy that we can be back in person to do some events.